Meeting now come to order. May we still stand for the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Heavenly Father, as I come today, Lord, I thank you for all the blessings that you poured upon me. Lord, I thank you for this day, and I thank you for letting us come together. Lord, we need a manager, and I hope that you help us make a good decision of who we are chosen. And as I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call. Vice Mayor Nicole Williams.
Present.
Councilwoman Cheryl McCollum.
Present.
Councilman Robert Gansby.
Present.
And Mayor Tonjavan is here. And Councilwoman Shirley Aldred, absent. Now, we all are here for having to pick a town manager, either a full-time manager or a interim manager. And before we go into anything, people, I thank you all for coming out, but I want to share something with you all. I looked through my package last night, and it's all confusion. I have missed people references, resumes, everything in my package is all messed up. I cannot do this interview. We need to do this at a later date. We rushed, we didn't take our time, and I don't feel comfortable of doing this. As a later date, I want to call for another interview. But right now, people, my package, our package, is all screwed up. I can't do this. I don't feel comfortable doing this, and I won't do this.
No, ma'am. That's not how meeting goes.
That's it. I'm not doing this interview.
Well, but-
My package is messed up, and I'm not going through this. It's wrong.
It's a vote time. You don't make those
You can't
decisions.
vote on this when it's messed up.
You cannot
I'm not
make that
voting on it,
decision.
Nicole.
Well, you can be excused, but you can't.
I can
make
be
that decision.
excused, but I'm letting you know now, I'm not doing this, and y'all are wrong.
You
The vice
cannot.
mayor can control the meeting if the mayor has excused herself.
Okay.
I'm not excusing myself. We're not doing this. I just called, I just asked. Let's do this for another day. We have a new council person that's not even here. We
And
don't
still
even
have a
know.
quorum.
It doesn't matter.
We still have a quorum.
Yeah, we got a quorum, but the thing
So
about it
business can
is,
be conducted.
she's not here.
Mayor Brown, she understands that she's not here.
No,
She said that
I
it was
already
okay.
called for the meeting to be
She get-
adjourned.
Well, you can't do
That's
that.
it. No,
Vice Mayor,
I
you
will
can
take
call the
over.
meeting to order.
and I will sue y'all,
Well, have your fun.
and I mean that. I will sue y'all.
I now call this meeting to order. We will now start conducting the interviews for town manager candidates. We had a chance just to address her statement. We were sent emails out throughout the past couple of weeks, coming from Mr. Ryan and our town clerk, the acting town clerk, which is Sanithia. All of the interviews, all of the resumes went to her desk. She then immediately forwarded it to all of us. If y'all are in agreement, I ask for a motion to continue this meeting, so we can get started, please, because I don't want it just to be my decision. It is a council, and it is more than one person's decision.
I move that we continue with the meeting.
I second the motion.
It has been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Well, any no's? Okay, we have it. I'm sorry, y'all gotta excuse me because I'm a little
Can I also point out, all of the council members received the same link to the same packet, plus the packet is on the town's website.
And we discussed it
And we
2
dis-
nights ago. We all had the same
And I provided a packet, a physical packet, during the meeting
on the 10th.
on the 10th, just in case someone didn't have the paperwork in front of them.
Okay, so who do we start with? And to explain, Ms. Aldridge will be here, later. She asked us to postpone,
Yes, Shirley?
Miss Shirley Aldridge. She had a very important date, court date that she forgot throughout the excitement of being placed on the council. But it was something she could not change, she could not help. She called, very distraught, because she found out she wasn't gonna be here exactly at 2. So, Ms. Leslie, how do you see us proceeding? Should we try to delay to see what time she will come, or just go ahead and start and work with the points that we have?
I have a question before that's answered. We have a lot more questions than I thought we would have. Could we decide on the questions before we do the interviews? Because there's a million of them.
Yes. But to address how to proceed with Ms. Alter?
That's it, correct.
From what I understand, from what you told me, she's not likely to make it here until 3:30.
Mhm.
And so to postpone the start of the interviews to that date, I don't think would be fair to our interviewees.
Okay,
She would be allowed to, of course, come sit, but ultimately, if she's missing more than one interview, then it would not be fair for her to actually
Okay.
make a vote.
so it wouldn't be an issue.
Right, but it would be okay for her to, of course, come and participate in future interviews, but since she's gonna miss one, it wouldn't be fair for her to actually vote.
Okay, we agree.
And Mr. Ryan are in the room, are you in agreement with that, or do you think that she should not participate in the following interviews?
I think that you are correct, is
Yeah.
that she can listen in, but if she's not part of the entire interview process, how can she adequately make a decision?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, who is the first?
No, we're gonna figure out, are we gonna ask a million questions?
No,
I
so
don't
I
think so.
can explain what you have in front of you. You do have just some general questions that I wanted to make sure at least you had in front of you. You also have questions that were prepared by Councilman Gansby, and you have questions that were prepared by Mr. Ryan.
So can we talk about those and decide
Yes.
on how many?
Well, we have an hour interview, so I think that would probably dictate how many we can get through, depending on the length of the answers. But ultimately, the three of you can decide how you want to conduct these interviews, as long as it's a uniform manner in which you conduct them.
Cheryl,
Yes, ma'am.
if you look at the ones, Mr. Gamble, you did these?
His are at the
The
bottom.
ones at the bottom that say
Oh,
questions
okay.
prepared by.
But these are all basically about the same. The ones I'm looking at, number 1, please tell us why you're interested in serving as the interim town manager for the town of White Springs. And that's the same thing on this other one. Why are you interested in this position? So they're kind of like,
I mean, to me, the fairest thing to do is to just go through the list.
okay,
Okay.
Whatever we get to for my questions, great. It'll be an exercise in testing their brevity.
And
Okay.
did you get this one too?
For Mr. Ryan, if you want to use Mr. Ryan's questions, it's perfectly fine. They're going to be as suitable. And Mr. Ryan, if you want to address that.
did he say?
Yeah, I just prepared some sample questions that you could or could not use. My advice to each of you is whatever questions you ask, you uniform, that if you ask 4 questions, those same 4 questions are presented to all the candidates. So there's the uniformity and not cherry picking.
Okay.
So would you guys rather just go through this list, pick ones that you want to ask, and then we'll just each ask whatever 5 questions?
Yeah, can we take a minute to
Sure.
read them so we know if
Yes.
there's duplicates or?
Yes.
similarities. I'm sorry, guys. I'm reading out loud and I don't include the,
Yeah. And may I make one more comment?
Of course, you're the chair.
Another thing that was falsely stated is that this is supposed to be for a permanent, and that was not what we decided on when we voted. This was only for the interim. We still have to do applications and do the RFPs for a permanent town manager. So Mayor Brown was wrong on that account also. Just so you all know and won't be confused when you see us advertising for another town manager. And I am sorry about the outburst. The interim is for 6 months. Yes, ma'am. So right when it's time for our budget, we'll just be getting started doing the interview. If we're comfortable with this one, then, we'll have him or her to apply also and go from there. But to keep it fair, in the sunshine.
she can see the
hey, come sit in the middle where I can see you and hear you. I can't hear you. He's important?
No, well, yeah, but no,
I can handle
I
it.
don't need him at this. Y'all making me move. I don't like the center of a teenager. I don't. This is time to stop.
No, that's fine. She took hers. Look at the fancy chair. You're the mayor.
No,
Or
no.
vice. You're the chairperson, that's what it is.
Okay,
So are
so
we capping each interview in at 45 minutes?
I think that would be reasonable.
I think so.
And that'll give us 15 minutes of admin time.
Correct. And that'll be a total hour for each candidate.
And is our first candidate already here, Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Gardner's here, I saw him, he's in the
Okay.
library.
Okay.
Do you want me to go get him?
Yeah, decide
Let me
what.
know and I'll get him when you're ready.
Thank you,
Okay.
Bev.
Mr. Ryan,
Right at 2:30 when we'll be done.
Mr. Ryan, had something?
Madam Chair, just another word of advice. This is a public meeting, and the candidates certainly have the right to sit in on the other candidates' interviews. That's under Florida law. But professional courtesy says otherwise. So if there's any candidates in the room, I would encourage you to consider that, and that
I don't see.
others, that you consider that.
Now, after we ask, like, Mr. Gardner's gonna be first, when he's done, is it okay if he sits here or no?
I would recommend no.
Okay.
But again, it's a public meeting and they're entitled to be here.
Why don't you pull up a chair in case you, yes.
I'll do the front row. I'm not, I'm here as an advisor,
But you're an important advisor.
so I'm here to help you all through this process.
Thank
Because there may be some follow-up questions you may want to call candidates back into.
Okay,
Good point.
thank you.
All right.
And just to follow that, it would be a good idea to ask all of the candidates to stay so that when we do get to the point of voting, that we have them here so that we can address the follow-up issues that we might need to go over.
Do we have a time limit for their answer, so we don't go on 100 years?
No, but as the chair, it would be appropriate to note that, thank you for your answer and ask the next question.
One of the common phrases you'll hear in local government is the chair will ask the speaker to bring it in for a landing.
Yes.
Okay. Is that there when they start? When they start? And you can see how long they've spoken.
Okay. It's also o'clock. I can see very clearly.
Okay. All right. Questions? You want to do it? You want Robert to
I'm
do it?
going to ask from my list.
We'll have to all ask the same one, so tell us what you want, and then we'll probably agree with you.
Because some of yours may match
They,
some of the ones.
actually, a lot of them do.
Okay, I was going to ask about the operational audit. So my first question was going to be, the town recently underwent an operational audit from the Auditor General. What experience do you have with this process, and how would you approach bringing the town back into compliance?
I like that.
Okay.
Go ahead. Robert.
My second question is, One of the operational audit findings included not following prescribed procurement processes. What experience do you have running purchasing departments? How are these departments set up, and what rules did you have to follow?
I like that one too.
My number 3 is the budget.
I'm in agreement.
My number 3 is the budget will come due during your tenure as interim town manager. What experience do you have with creating budgets?
Where is that?
No.
It's
I see that
redundant to
number
one of the
6.
ones above, yeah, so she might have just issued it. Number 4, the town needs a new town clerk, which will fall under the town manager's responsibilities. What is your strategy for acquiring a new town clerk?
That's number 7.
So that was on the second sheet.
And what was the one right before that?
The one right before that is the number 6 on the second sheet. The budget will come due during your tenure, et cetera.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead.
My number, so I'm number 5.
Yes, sir.
What is your overall fiscal policy and how will you work with the town council to ensure we stay financially responsible?
Oh, I
That's
like
number
that one.
8.
Okay.
If we're doing all the questions right now, I think starting with some of the general questions would probably be better. Those were my specific questions I wanted to talk about.
I do think we need to add the ones that have about the LDRs, with zoning experience, writing ordinances, the truth. Correct.
Writing and recording.
Right, it's up here. And doing, like, as interim town manager, one of the most critical roles you will fulfill is the development and adoption of the municipal budget. The town budget must be prepared in accordance with the Florida Truth and Millage Law and Florida Statutes, Chapter 166. Please share your knowledge and experience in these laws in developing a municipal budget. I think that is one we should add to the questions also.
What was the one before that one?
No, that's the same one.
Can we take a step
That was
back
what?
for a second?
Yes,
For
sir.
the very beginning, can we start with the sections that say background and employee relations, just to kind of ease them in, so we're not
So we're doing 1 through
immediately lobbing
5?
hand grenades at them?
Yeah.
Now, these guys right here, background, why are you interested in this position? Give us a brief. Yeah,
That's
that
the
one.
same question.
Okay.
That's what I was telling
We
you.
could
a
just
lot
scratch
is
it
on
off
this
one
one.
sheet because it's in order.
Yeah, so just
Okay.
go through like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can start going into my questions.
And then we'll do this
Yeah.
one.
Just so that, yeah, we're not.
And number
immediately-
10, under city council community relations. And that should take care of most of them. Oh, and number 9 on this one, as far as public records and 119 requests.
All right.
That was also
We
really
got 1
important.
through 4 off the blue top.
Mhm.
And then which one is
Off
gonna be
the
number?
blue top or,
She's working off the blue top.
okay.
Yeah. So, and what's number 5?
Okay, so 4 is very redundant to 2 of the questions I asked.
Yeah.
So why don't we do 1 through 3 then?
So after we get 1 through 4, are we gonna go
No, 1
down?
through 3
We'll do 1 through 3, because 4 is basically some of the
Okay.
questions I asked already.
on the blue.
On the blue.
1 through 3.
1 through 3, then my questions, then 6, 9, and 10 from this sheet.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
So then we're gonna do, after 3, we're doing 6, 7, and 8?
Mhm.
And that'll be
Okay, go
4,
ahead.
We'll do 9.
5, and
Correct.
6. Is that correct?
Management, municipal government, budget and finance, and problem solving,
Yes.
abilities, communication, rights and challenges, and agility. As long as our questions can answer this to give us fair scoring, then that'll
And
be
then she
fine.
wants to ask 6.
And please bear with us, we just got the questions and the score sheets today, so we can keep it fair and couldn't give, you know, in case somebody had a preference, we couldn't share the information with them so they will be already knowledgeable or already know the questions ahead, but this is the best way we found to keep it in the sunshine.
For the score sheet, of course, you can, this is just a draft for you to work off of. You don't have to follow it completely. You can make other changes if you want to.
Right, it is exactly 2:30.
Okay,
So we
Bill,
got-
Can you tell me what order we're asking which questions? I
So,
don't,
blue top sheet, we got 1, 2, and 3. Then we're going to my sheet, and we've got,
6, 7.
I thought we wanted 4 and 5.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 1 and 2 as 4 and 5.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9 on the other sheet.
1, 2.
And then
Hold
6,
on.
9, and
Oh.
4,
10.
5,
1, 2.
And then you're going to the other sheet.
Wait, it was 4, 5,
6,
6, 7, 9.
Now they're switched over to this one.
I thought it was 8. I wanted 8.
No, no.
You
Okay, on this sheet, for the clarification,
Now
it
this
is
sheet,
question
okay, this sheet.
1, 2, and 3.
Got it.
On the back part, it is questions 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. On Mr. Ryan's sheet, it is number 6, 9, and 10.
Yes.
Those will be the questions we
Alright.
ask
Yes.
each candidate.
good luck
Six-
to us getting through
6,
all that.
7, 9,
Yes.
and 10?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, I think we're set.
Do you want to decide on who starts first as far as who's going to ask questions first?
And sometimes you can rotate it. You can start, and just sort of rotate. Or you can do it the same way each time. It's up to
You want
you.
me to just ask all the questions? I can do that.
I mean, you and Cheryl can ask the questions. I can write.
What, are,
What, Mom?
on page 2, are we doing the numbers 4 and 5 as well?
Yes,
On the,
Cheryl. Let me have it. We're doing 1, 2, 3. And we're doing
How
4,
about if
5.
we have Robert go through the questions the first round, and then that'll,
Yeah,
Is that-
you'll see,
okay.
okay, that's the second. Yeah, that'll make it easy. My pen will.
He's no longer.
Okay, we're ready, y'all. Sorry.
Which candidate?
So Elman is first.
Elman Lee Garner.
Mr. Gardner?
Okay.
So,
May I suggest we shut the door
yes,
from
please.
now on?
Thank you. Just one,
Hello.
use your scrap paper for.
Does anybody need scrap paper?
So you go by Lee?
Lee, yes, sir, yes. If you call me Elman, I know you're from North Carolina. If you call me Buddha, I know you were in Vietnam with me, and Lee, the rest of the world, so.
So, my name is Robert Gansby. I'm one of the town council members
Okay,
here.
I'm Nicole Williams, I'm vice mayor.
yes, ma'am,
I'm Cheryl McCall, I'm councilwoman.
glad to meet you, and attorney there, thank your letter, for a letter I got from, or email I got from, say I was selected for the interview, which is, I'm really looking forward to,
So we're going to be taking about 45 minutes
okay?
for the interview. You have a list of standardized questions that we're going to go through and ask every candidate.
Okay.
And so let's go ahead and get started.
May I correct one thing that I heard you on I looked at your comments from night before last week. You were referring to me as from Big City. The only one I was at was at Palatka, which was 10,000, and I was on there as an interim for 5 months. All the rest of my cities have been similar to what's here, 4,000 or less.
Oh, okay.
That's I just-
I made the mistake of Googling, and Google is
Yeah,
the most accurate of.
I guess not. Okay. Excuse me.
So please tell us why you're interested in serving as interim town manager for the town of White Springs.
Well, as you saw on my resume, I've completed 39 years as a city manager in Florida and Georgia, retired from the Army, and I feel like I have several more years of service. I really enjoyed every city I've been in. I left in good terms. I never had a problem where couldn't go back because I don't like to burn any bridges because I need to go back over them sometime. But I really like, White Springs is a small town, and when I first heard about your vacancy, I started going back and looking at some of the meetings on Facebook, and with my experience, and I have a list of questions too that I'd like to sometime get a chance to ask. I feel my expertise, experience in local government, and all the contacts I have statewide, Florida League citywide, and even at the national level, I can really help you because I hate to say it, but y'all really need some help.
That is very true. Based on your experience, what are your key priorities you would focus on during your first 30 to 60 days in the interim role?
Well, the first thing we do is try to find time to talk to each one of you and see what your primary one or two hot topics are, because I'm sure you all have the same, and try to get a feel for what you want. Find out what money you have, because you have some budgetary issues, and just getting to know the people, the jobs, where everything's located at, what condition it's in. I heard about the motors and the trucks and all that stuff that you need. So I feel like but first of all, I'll work, if I get the job, I work for y'all. I don't work for any individual, I work for the group as a group, but I take guidance from all the members.
Describe your leadership style. How do you manage staff and build an effective organizational culture?
I feel I'm kind of a laissez-faire. I can sign the job. They got the job descriptions or project analysis, synopsis, what needs to be done. And I try my best to stay out of the way, but if I see going straying too far from the middle of the road, I go in and help them. But I'm always available to answer questions and to give them guidance. But I'm not a down on the micro, not a micromanager. I guess you say macro manager.
The town recently underwent an operational audit from the Auditor General's office. What experience do you have with this process, and how would you approach bringing the town back into compliance with the Auditor General?
Well, that was one of my questions. What have y'all done to implement some of the things that they outlined in the inspection? I got a copy of it, read it. There's a lot of things that need to be done, but I don't know if they've been prioritized or not.
So there was the original Auditor General report,
Mm-hmm.
which is the one you probably easily found. There was a response on behalf of the town that was sent to the Auditor General. They have updated some of the policies. For instance, they created a procurement policy
Mm-hmm.
that didn't exist. Some of the answers were of questionable usefulness. For instance, there was an issue with timesheets and
Right.
the town manager, and they basically said the town council reviewed what the town manager did and was happy with it. Like,
Mhm.
that is not a super.
Okay, well, like I say, I know it's there, and it's kind of a black spot on the town, but and it looks like you're probably on the way to fixing it. You've had the new elections, and I did review the personnel policy, purchasing policy, and all that. That's on your Facebook. You have a great personnel policy manual, but it needs to be readopted again, because back in 2012, it needs to be readopted. There's a couple minor changes in there, but just take it one day at a time. But I know one other thing you're pressed on is you've got to start working on a budget if you hadn't already done it. October 1st comes fast, right around the corner. So, budget would be basically priority one to make sure we're on the right path to get it done, so we can get it to you and out in time for you to review it and get it submitted to the state. Because you don't get on the blacklist with the state for anything. And anything you can do ahead of time and all that, you want to make sure that you keep up with all the regulations that they ask of you. And they've got rules and procedures for just about everything you can think of.
So I feel like we kind of half answered this question, but since I got to ask everybody all the questions, I'm going to ask it anyway. One of the operational audit findings included not following prescribed procurement processes. What experience do you have running purchasing departments, and how were these departments set up, and what rules did you have to follow?
Well, I've been in cities where we had purchasing agents and where we didn't. And I've been purchasing agent in several places. You've got certain guidelines, especially when it comes to procurement of services and material and so forth. There are different guidelines for different RFPs and RFQs that you put out to buy stuff. Try to be as frugal as you can with the public money, but sometimes sometimes the lowest bidder is not always the most qualified or a good best bidder, and you have to sometimes make a choice. But that would always, if anything was kind of asking to be an exception to the purchasing policy, would come to y'all before anything was done. But I believe in keeping the council informed of what I'm doing and what's going on in the city.
Okay, do you have experience with writing and running RFPs?
Yes.
The town's LDRs, land development regulations, ask for the assignment of a land development regulation administrator. What experience do you have with zoning? How would you fill the role of a land development regulation administrator?
I've been in it for most of the cities I've been at haven't been big enough to have a planning department, so I have been the land development regulator, especially back in Chattahoochee, where I was at for 18 years, and in Sneed, where I just recently finished at. Another thing that ties into that is, I don't know if you have a floodplain ordinance or not. You know, that was supposed to have been renewed last year before last, and you need to check somewhere and be sure you got a floodplain ordinance that goes along with the LDR. But yes, I can. I have some friends in the old Department of Community Affairs, and they've changed around so much up there in Tallahassee. But I feel my contacts that I've made over the last 20-something years in Florida opens the door to me. If I don't have the answer, I know where to go get it and how to get it.
The budget will come due during your tenure as interim town manager. What experience do you have with creating budgets?
From scratch all the way through. Again, that was one thing. I need to get a handle on what funds you've got, because the budget that's on the website from last year is there's nothing that shows me where some of this money is coming from, and you need to find out who you get money from. And I checked last night the municipal revenue estimates that the state gives you, so you know how much state money you're getting from fairs and sundry. They won't be out until July, August, so that gives you time to work on all the rest of the budget, the minor thing. But these are some major funds coming from the state. Looks like that you have to get in. You have to have fill out forms, and you have to decide what your projected millage rate's going to be next year, and get that into the state on time before you can do your budget. So there's a lot of preliminary stuff, and I'd work closely with the auditor. And I think I read somewhere y'all have a finance assistant, or is he part of the audit firm?
So we have Mr. Richard Powell. He's basically our CFO, for lack of a better term. He does the books, he does the budget actually. We have a bookkeeper who enters information in, and we have an auditor. We just very recently created an audit selection committee,
You're right, I saw that.
and that audit selection committee will act as the audit committee.
Mhm.
That's the extent to which we have anything resembling a finance department.
Yeah, because money, public money is something you don't want to mess up and get caught misspending it, or especially if you've got grants, there's certain guidelines and specific things you have to spend it for, and I'm familiar with all those procedures, although they change every year, but you have to, that's where you have classes to go to.
The town needs a new town clerk, which falls under the town manager's responsibility. What is your strategy for acquiring a new town clerk?
Well, first of all, most town clerks I've worked with has also been the finance head. Clerk, city clerk and finance, 'cause in a small town like this, I think a city clerk and a finance director could be the same person, and unless I found some reason otherwise, if we went out looking for a town clerk, would be somebody that could do bookkeeping and because you want to keep your finances as close to home as you can, but you also got to have somebody responsible to do it. So, and it was one of my questions: has there been any thought about hiring a town clerk? Evidently, there's been some suggestion of it.
It's been an on-again, off-again topic.
Right. And again, it depends on how the finances are. I can't really answer that right now until I know what money's there. Yeah. And, excuse me, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. You
In the last council meeting, I think the public works director was here and asking about motors for trucks, and I heard the discussions about that, but if it's like anything else I've been familiar with the last 4 or 5 years, it takes about 6 to 12 months to get a new motor in for trucks these days, especially, it takes that long. That's how long your trucks are down. And so I don't know what it needs, if it could be rebuilt by some machine shop or something. But I know there's a long lag time because of supply and demand, like everything else. But motors for trucks, especially Ford truck, L-150s and the dummy trucks are hard to come by. But you got to wait. At Sneeze, there wouldn't over 12 months, and still don't have one yet.
That's not good news. What experience do you have in writing grants? What is your process for finding new grant opportunities?
Well, most of the time, you cities have on retainer an engineering firm, and I don't know if y'all have an engineering firm or not. And you can get a lot of expertise from them on you putting out the guidelines of what you need. But I've written grants. I've gotten grants, as you saw in my resume. I've been pretty successful. But in the way the economy is right now, and all the turmoil going on at federal government, probably the only thing going to be available right now is going to be some state grants, your recreation grants, and some state grants that you don't have to have federal subsidization until they get all this big beautiful bill passed and all that stuff into effect. Because I think grants from the state and from the feds are going to be hard to get for a while.
I think we're going to need to add more questions.
Yeah, we do. Oh,
Well, I
yeah,
know,
probably
but
so,
we've
yeah.
got half an hour left. We can, we still have 3, and then we might have to do some more. As interim town manager, one of the most critical roles you will fulfill is the development and adoption of the municipal budget. The town budget must be prepared in accordance with the Florida Truth and Millage Law and the FS Florida Statutes, Chapter 166. Please share your knowledge and experience in these laws. It's
Well,
kind of redundant.
I said earlier, you know, you've got to find out what your money situation is and decide on what you expect your millage rate to be next year and get that sent in and approved by the state before you can even submit a budget. And then the 166, I'm familiar with it. Certain things have certain accounting numbers and all that, and the state has an accounting code, and I haven't looked at yours to see if it is in compliance with the state accounting codes or not, but something we want to be sure it complies with.
Okay, Florida statutes, chapter 119, public records, and chapter 286, government in the sunshine, are two important laws as town manager. You must ensure compliance. Please provide your knowledge and experience with these laws.
Well, sunshine law is like that. If there's 2 council members or more, they can't meet unless it's noticed to the public. I can't take something from one council member and go to another council member and ask, how you gonna do this? Because that's a violation of that and ethics, you know. And getting back to ethics, the Florida City County Managers Association, the International City Managers Association is very heavy on ethics, and we have a code of ethics that we follow and have to renew every year. And I haven't looked, but each of y'all need to have signed an ethics form and put in your file. That's along with your finance file. The ones that just got elected, you probably had to do that when you got elected. Your Form 1, which is your financial disclosure, and you appointed somebody last night, a couple nights ago, and that person needs to have it done within 30 days of ethics. The Form 1, financial disclosure. But as far as go back to grants, yes, I'm well experienced with that everywhere I've been. I've written grants, I've implemented grants, I've coordinated them, but most of the time, you get engineer, and then you've got Florida League of Cities, which is outstanding. You should have I think you got a Northeast Planning Agency over in Jacksonville that I guess you're under, because you're not in the Northwest Florida League, or you must be on the Northeast Florida League of Cities or planning direction. You know, I don't know. But there's a place there, the Regional Planning Commission is another good place to go and get assistance. And sometimes you have to hire a part-time person or somebody to come in and do something. But most of it, I don't know of any grants you apply that I probably haven't seen before. All the years I've been in government service, we've done lots and lots of grants and different facets, and FERDAP grants is a local state one that you probably qualify for. And I don't know how long it's been since you had one, and I'm sure your population and income level will probably meet the low and moderate income requirements for submitting a grant from basically what I go through town and what I've seen. I think you would probably qualify for that. We'd have to get a determination.
Am I allowed to ask a clarifying question? So I know we talked about the sunshine, but the first part of the question was about Chapter 119, the public record requests. That was a huge issue with the previous administration. So would you be able to talk for a minute?
Yes, sir. Mark and I have served on Florida League of Cities policy committee for about 20 years or so, Mark, and we were on the same policy committee, and that was one of our policies that our committee worked on, reviewed, and tried to make changes to. It's hard, and my position is, if it's not unreasonable, it's something you can do, give it to them and don't make a fuss. But you've got, I'm sure, that White Springs has, just like every little city, a couple of gadflies that want everything in the world. And you have to, but you still have to treat them with kid gloves. And if they ask for it, you give it to them, unless it's something that, and you need to charge for it. You need to set up a procedure to charge for the labor and all, and that's authorized in the 319, I believe it is.
So how do you view the relationship between the town manager and town council?
Very, it needs to be strong. I mean, it's hard to work when you got two that's always against everything you do, and one or two others that could care less. But I believe in maintaining a good relationship, and why I do that is I share information with them all. I do so for the last 20 to 30 years, I've given, after council meeting, I give a report of council, just a written out report of council that goes to all the council members, and I try to get it published in the paper so the citizens know what went on at council meeting. And I know you got it on Facebook, but still, if they see something written, and I do that, and then also prior to council, I try to give the council a synopsis of all the things that's on the agenda and anything else that might come up, and with some as much information as I can give them without violating sunshine or violating ethics or something like that. But that's always been well received. One thing, and I have always found that's worked great in small towns, is you have one council meeting a month regular, normally, but 2 weeks prior to the council meeting, have a scheduled workshop where you pretty well know what's going to come up on the next agenda. Present it to you. If you've got questions and need answers or something, gives us time to research the answers and get an answer back to you. And it's open to the public. It's not you just maintain some written records of it that you had a work session, but that's worked fine. And again, I don't know what y'all's feelings are toward that, but that's something I would sure like to discuss with you to see if that, because I found out that really answers a lot of questions that come up, because I know last couple of meetings I say y'all had some stuff that's just bombarded you at the council meeting, the other night about the RFPs and RFQs, and then you talk about the signing for the guy for the zoning, for the liquor license, for beer and wine license. That's really a no-brainer if it's zoned okay, and the town manager or mayor or city clerk could sign off on that. Because that's all you do is say the zoning is okay. If you're not approving the sale for beer and wine, because that's already in your zoning ordinance. If the commercial property or what the zoning might be already approves what can be done in each of the zoning classifications.
That is the end of our.
I think since we have additional time, look at Mr. Ryan's sheet for 7, 12, and 13.
7,
Oh, yeah.
12, 13.
You like those?
So we got
Yeah.
lots of those.
And then maybe the last one for Mr. Gansky about, and then we can open it up to candidate questions. Oh, okay. That's good.
Sure, let me just label them so I know what forward.
Yeah.
Describe your experience with public work projects and water and sewer utilities.
Heavy. I've done a lot of, as far as the physical labor, going in and changing out meters and stuff like that, fire hydrants. But as far as making sure that everything is in working order, the fire hydrants are flushed like they're supposed to be, the water meters, is bled at such and such time, so that you don't have any dead end lines. Whatever are listed as things that need to be done on certain timeline, try your best to follow that, although I know parts delivery is bad now. Sometimes the financing gets delayed for some reason or other, so you have to be able to, go over the punches, but I'm conscientious in meeting deadlines is one thing I like to do to the best possible what you can. I mean, I've done complete sewer plant. We had Michael in Stone Mountain. We had our complete sewer plant was destroyed, and that was about a $13 million renovation there, and it took over a year to get all that done. And all the meantime, while you had to have pumps here and there and everywhere to make sure the sewer was still flowing when the people flushed the toilets and all while that was going on. So, there's a lot involved in public works, a lot more than people think it is.
I mean, I really hope you don't have anything like that happen in the next 6 months.
I hope not, but if it does, that's what you got Department of Environmental Protection for, and engineers and consultants and attorneys and city managers.
What steps would you take to ensure our citizens are involved in the important decisions that will affect our town?
Well, one thing that gets that is workshops. If you have workshops, and they can come and at that time express ideas of things we discussed that might come up on the next agenda or agenda after or something, gives them a chance. And I believe in allowing the public the opportunity to be at the meetings, although I don't know about here, but last 2 years over Sneed's didn't have a single citizen show up in any of the budget workshops. And then they complain about you didn't budget this and didn't budget that. But people need to be able to know when the meetings are and what it's about. And as much as you can, give some indication on the notice of what's going to be discussed. Maybe pre-agenda topics.
Give us examples of what you would do to become involved and build relationships with the citizens of White Springs. Give us examples of what you would do to become involved and build relationships with the citizens of White Springs.
I'll be here, I'll be out on the street, I'll be at churches, I like to go to local meetings, club meetings. I don't care where they're at. 24 hours a day, the phone is available. But get out and meet and greet and go to all the businesses in town immediately. You let them know who you are. Get involved with the various churches. I don't know if there's a ministerial association here or not, but if not, that might be something you could look into, getting the ministers involved. Because you get to church, most people will go to church somewhere. So they get, somehow, if you get the churches involved, the preachers, that you got something coming up and you let people know, that's a good way to get out. And just be available. I have open door policy. You don't have to knock to come in. Just hey, come in if my door is accessible to outside.
Are you looking for a long-term position or only a 6-month post? If you're looking for only a 6-month position, how will you help the town council work through the process of finding a new town manager?
Well, if I get hired, I'm here for the long run. If we make a marriage out of it, that's what most interims do. You get in, and if you like each other and work each other, you extend or enter to an agreement for a long-term contract. But I think the 6-month way of going here with some of the problems that White Springs has, you need to get somebody here soon, and then if you didn't at the end of the 6 months, we got people like Mark, we got the consultants and ICMA people galore that could help us find a qualified city manager if you weren't happy with me if I get the job. But I'm here for, you know, years if everything goes fine. But I'll entertain the 6 months because technically I'm retired, but I'm working part-time now, but I'd love to have a full-time job, and I think we could make a good marriage.
I guess we still have 15 minutes.
Okay, if you are hired,
Yes, ma'am?
and you said you're working part-time now,
Mhm.
what is your ability to commit to the town? With our town manager, we need someone that's gonna be to the meetings. We have events on some weekends and in emergencies, things of that nature. And you're retired, so do that mean you don't need the insurance and the retirement?
Well,
Or,
getting back to I'm working part-time just to get out of the house, not have all the honey-do list. But I've been working part-time and I could be here full-time starting a week from Monday. I'd like to give them at least a few days' notice if y'all make a selection the next day or so. Go at least close to a week notice if I could. And because it's part-time, I'm not under a contract or employment contract now. But getting back to the other question, what I've done before in the last several years is instead of the city paying, I know I don't need insurance, no insurance, and vehicle here or there, that doesn't make any difference if I get a job and had to make several trips back and forth to Tallahassee. I'd expect to be reimbursed for mileage on my car, something. I mean, I don't need a small town like you don't need a full city manager to have a $40,000 car out here just to back and forth here in town. So that's one thing I wouldn't need. But it depends on how it's if it's a part-time employee or what. Social Security comes in there, and what I worked out with the last at Palatka and Sneed's and part of the time I was at Chattahoochee is the city paid half, 50% of what they would normally pay for Social Security. Well, I mean retirement, for retirement. We pay 50% of what my retirement would be, just kind of added into my check, but it's not salary, it's just at Social Security because but again, it depends on how it's structured. Where's the 1099, where's the employee, or whatever, and that's something that we work. That's not a deal breaker. Okay, it'd be something nice to have, but hey, what y'all offered is, I'm fine with it for him.
If you did get chosen and you live in Tallahassee, would you continue to keep your primary home in Tallahassee, or would you come here?
Because of grandchildren.
I'm sorry?
Because of grandchildren. And all
Grandbabies.
But I would rent an apartment or something here. I would live here, but I just back and forth. It's 2 hours, 2.5 hours here in Chattahoochee. So I mean, I would be going all the time, but once in a while I'd be going back. Just my wife and I, and little kitty cat.
Can I ask 9 first and then go to 10? How do you manage emergency situations or unexpected challenges in municipal government?
As you explore what happened, try to get as much information as you can. I know in local government municipalities, you have to be careful what you say to the media. But again, you small town, you can't be everywhere each time. And I think I heard the sheriff on the night say that he'd try to be here, and I heard they were talking about maybe having a full-time person here or something. I mean, I need to know what, how that works out, or if it's in the works or what, but, just, best answer I can give you is you roll with the punches. You do what you got to do to get to keep everything safe and sound and money locked up and people safe. Safety's job one. That's what I mean. I'm not an Air Force person, but safety's job one.
So this will be the last question. Do you have any questions for the council or anything you would like to know about us?
Yes, I have several questions. I mean, just things to ask about that need to be, I think y'all need to be aware of some of the things. And has anything at all been done with starting the 25-26 budget?
Yes, so Mr. Powell, the contracted, I'm calling him a CFO, he doesn't have the official title of that, is the one who starts.
Is that your auditing firm?
No, Powell and Jones, which is
Oh,
a place
okay.
that he founded and sold to somebody else,
okay,
is
okay.
the auditor.
Because you won't be careful there, and they'll have a ethics violation there with people in the same firm, auditing that's doing your books and so forth. So, I mean, I heard the name, and I just didn't know. Okay.
Understandable. We have an audit committee now,
Right, yeah.
an auditor selection committee, and we will work through any issues.
Right. The personnel policy, you've got a good personnel policy, need tweaking a little bit, and you'll need to adopt it. Charter, are you using the 212 charter? Is that what do you have anything, well, the town doesn't dissolve, it just got threatened and didn't do it, so nothing, that charter didn't change it. Okay, so, the 12, and they, that can only be changed by the legislature or by the vote of the people, We were talking about the state audit requirements you do have. I think you're up to date on your audits. When you get the one now for last year, that you get, you'll be up to date on your regular audits.
So we're on schedule to have that done by the deadline in June.
Mm-hmm.
The auditor selection committee is meeting with the auditor on the 23rd
Okay.
to have him report to us.
So. How many employees are here now? I know you got the fire chief and public works director. Has he got one person that helps in public works, or is he a one-man?
Public Works, we have 3. We have, once we get the town manager and town clerk, we'll have 4 in the office, 3 in the field. Fire department, we have the chief and 4 support.
Volunteer, is it a volunteer fire department, or is it?
Not one.
It's paid.
They're paid, even though it's supposed to be volunteer fire department.
Well, like I say, that's something that I really want to look into as far as what agreements and all you have, mutual aid agreements with the county and anybody else that you have, and look at what you're doing with the sheriff. I know you have to agreement with him. City clerk, like in their area, I would like to get here and see what needed, but personally, from what I see right now, I would think city clerk and finance director combined would be the way to go. Okay, we've talked about the pre-planned agreements with Hamilton County Fire Emergency. Do you have do you know if you have any contracts with Hamilton County or any contractors in case a hurricane came through here and you got somebody that you've already done an RFQ for, and it's sitting on the book, all you got to do is implement it if you have a hurricane or something come in here. I doubt if there's one, but it could be somewhere but it would be a plan for pre-planned contract agreements for people to trash and trees off of houses and stuff like that, which I know the White Springs don't have the ability, to do that. So you need to get somebody in here. But again, with FEMA the way it is today, who knows what's going on next?
We just recently started our own emergency management system in committee, that we're working with the county to get some things in place. So we will be prepared
Yeah.
in case of storms or any other natural disasters or terrorism.
Okay,
Oh,
but you, so that,
And we
as
just-
long, if you're working on the county, I mean, yeah, that'd be somebody I would really work close with, would be the county manager and the county emergency management people to make sure that, you know, White Springs is not forgotten. Do you have anybody on staff that you're aware of that's, has been to FEMA training and has authorized to get the contracts and if not, it might be an engineer or somebody, and yeah, do y'all have an engineer on staff, contract or somebody you call when you need them?
Is that who Mid-Tower is?
That would either be Nitara or Jordan Associates, I'm not sure which
Yeah.
does what.
I don't know.
One is engineering and one does the grants.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would probably fall under your emergency management
yeah, right,
plan,
right.
to make sure that we have that in
Okay,
place.
but you gotta be sure you got the paper, yes ma'am.
What kind of emergencies have you lived through that you've been in charge during?
Well, I've been through, a couple floods up in Georgia, when I was up there in, the, Atlanta area, you know, there's streets up there in Haverhill, a small town, and that flooded, not terrible, like you see someone in Texas, but Charlie was here in 18 that came through, that did so much, wasn't it Charlie that did so much damage, in Panhandle, and it's still, you can still see it today, it's still so much that had been done. Had some, you know, fires, you know, but thank God you got fire departments, and, you know, I would like to talk about, if I get a job, I'd like to talk about some volunteers for the fire department, you know, or like we did in some places. You don't pay them, but you give them, you know, they keep a record of who attended the fires, and they get a stipend for, help pay for the gas and all that, but you furnish them all the uniform equipment, all they need to go in, because you don't let one man go into a fire. Yeah, it's got to be 2 in and 2 out, you know. That's right. So, if you only got a chief here, I mean, I guess probably all he can do is go and look at the fire burn until somebody else gets there, I guess. Is that a problem? I mean, if he's on the one, because you got, go into a fire, you need 2 in, 2 out. I mean, that's fire regulations. Okay. What procedures are underway for remediating the mold in City Hall?
I've been researching a little bit, and we need to have an inspection done on the air conditioner, which I think that's what Tanya was talking about at the last meeting. And I believe we need to have somebody to come inspect the roof to find out, does it need to be repaired, does it need to be replaced? And once we get those issues handled, there was one place inside that had a plumbing leak that we need to have addressed, if in fact it's still leaking or it was just from a prior water fountain that was in there. And then after that, we will get bids on remediation.
Okay.
We need to be wrapping it up. We have about 45 more seconds left.
Okay,
for
okay,
your
all right.
interview.
Okay, I got, well, we're talking about grants, I mean, the engineering consultants and all that, EMO. Have any of you been to the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials? Far Lake City is put on.
Not yet.
Highly, highly, highly suggested.
Have been to what?
Elected Institute for Municipal Officials, the Far Lake City is put on. And the next one is going to be in October the 10th and 11th in Tampa. They move around the state, but I got the information, cost, registration fee, but if you don't want to move up in local government or anything, you need all 3 courses, but getting that basic one that just answers just some of the basic stuff, okay? Well, thank y'all. May I just ask, what is gonna be your procedure now? Are y'all having a meeting
We were
tonight?
gonna ask you to wait in case we have any follow-up questions for you.
Okay, because,
Can we let him go and call him or no?
No.
Well, or that we would come back, I guess it would have to be after 6 o'clock at least.
because I'm on,
Yeah.
this time I work out just fine. I'm on my way to Atlanta to the American Legion annual conference.
Okay.
I mean, I can,
Well, we didn't specify that they had to.
yeah.
If they can. then
If you
it's
can
fine.
wait,
Yes.
in case we have any follow-up
But
questions.
I have my
I'm
phone.
gonna ask
Okay.
him a couple of
I have my
questions.
phone
Can
with
you just call him?
Yes. he
Yeah.
has his
I've got
phone.
my phone with me, so.
He said he had his
hopefully-
phone.
And,
Okay.
the schedule's worked out just fine for me, for this, 'cause thank y'all very, very much, and,
Thank you.
please, I'd be glad to be your person, okay?
Thank you,
And
sir.
again, if you do, make a decision the next day or two, I can be here Monday week.
Thank you, you have a blessed day, we do appreciate you taking the time out to come see us.
Be safe when you're driving.
Okay, thank you.
You're gonna have to give me some lessons on how to pronounce Palaca. I was tripping on the,
I'll take
yeah. I was adding syllables it didn't deserve.
That was a good ending. Keep well, Robert.
Okay. Who's gonna do the next question?
Robert.
Okay.
I think we're pretty comfortable.
Yes, I tracked
You did
the
pretty good.
questions and we probably want to be mindful of additional questions we have, like if it's a clarification, like the one where part of the question wasn't asked, that's perfectly fine. But now that we've asked these questions, these kind of need to be our set questions. And I added the extra ones that,
The insurance account.
yes, so I added here, what would be your earliest start date, since he didn't go over that, and which benefits are you expected or needs?
What emergencies have you already been through?
Mm-hmm, got that added on.
Okay.
I wrote it down just in case.
Good.
I did write it. Okay, score sheet.
We can score now.
Next is Ivan Udell.
We have to give us a few minutes.
I know, I'm just making sure it's out here.
Okay.
Ivan will be, okay.
Do you want to take a moment to go over the score sheet and make
Yeah.
reflections?
What's the score sheet?
I'm just gonna write in my notebook.
Yeah.
Because there's no time.
You don't have time on it.
I brought so many extra sheets last time that wasn't used.
So maybe we get,
So are we scoring on each one of these, like 20 questions?
Yes, and this would be for your notes as to how your
1
portion
through
of
5, how
these
they
things.
answered each question.
Mhm.
Okay, well, I can do that on too.
so you think we need one score sheet just to tally up everybody's votes and put it?
At the end, yes,
Okay,
I'll use.
Yours?
yeah, she left it outside.
Yeah, it's not on silent, and that's why I was asking, how do I get it on silent?
I didn't know what you were asking.
Yeah.
It was going
My
off.
phone kept going off.
I thought you was asking to bring it to me and I was like,
No,
no,
just
just wait,
like
just
quiet
wait.
it, because it was like ding, 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 ding down there, and I'm going, oh my God. And then I put it in the library.
I put it,
Oh, they love that. Okay, so
I
we're
saw her
scoring each
door.
one 1 through 5. Each question?
Looking at this, in your notes, just make an idea of like what your score is for them, and any additional comments you want to make. Just take about like 5 or 10 minutes, nothing, you know, too fancy
I don't
there.
have
Just-
one for today.
You don't have this one? Chris?
I got the one you gave us originally.
no, the one she just gave us today in the packet with the questions. It's with the resolutions and all that.
I'll stick the resolutions back.
You should have it.
This is from the material for today.
Okay, separate yourself from the application.
It was on the agenda. Ted, here's Raven, it was Connie.
Yeah.
You got Mr. Garner in there?
Here it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so looking at that, this kind of put together your report, and that'll just help you with the discussion portion when we get to it. Okay, so
We're gonna take a brief recess until 4 o'clock or when the next candidate comes in. And the time is 3:35. 7, I'm sorry. We're getting ready to start for the second interview with Mr. Nicholas Frigiola.
yes. Want to have them come in?
Yeah, he's coming in.
Welcome to the funny farm. Yes, sir.
So you go by Nicholas or Nick?
Either is fine. After a while, everybody always calls me Nick.
You know, I'm a Robert, so after a while, everyone's always calling me Rob. So my name is Robert Gansby. I'm a member of the town council.
I'm Nicole Williams, I'm vice mayor.
I'm Cheryl McCall, I'm councilwoman.
So we are limiting the interview process to 45 minutes so that it's fair for everybody. We've standardized the questions that we're asking. We're going to go through the same list for everybody. So I'm going to have to get started. Please tell us why you're interested in serving as interim town manager for the town of White Springs.
I moved up this way from St. Cloud, Florida about 2.5 years ago, and prior to that I was in law enforcement in St. Cloud. I watched St. Cloud grow from a pretty small town, relatively. It is bigger than what we are here, but it went from around 14,000 people to, I think they're at 84,000 now. Wow. So the population exploded, and I watched my small town grow rapidly, and it was not done, in my opinion, correctly. The infrastructure was never planned out properly. The roadways are constantly under repair, and the city wasn't ready for it. So when I moved up this direction, I was taking a job as the community redevelopment director. I switched out of law enforcement mostly because in law enforcement, my goal was always to help somebody, create a difference in somebody's life directly. And then as I had my first son, I realized that I wanted to leave the world a better place for them overall. And to do that, I felt like I should do more in my community. So switching careers, I went into the community redevelopment, where I found I had a true passion for economic development that's done appropriately and effectively for each community. It's not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to economic development. Each town has their own set of needs and set of opportunities to work through. And with that passion, I found that I wanted to keep moving up because I believe in myself and I believe in my abilities to help make a difference. And seeing this town and the opportunities that are here, I feel like my skill set with economic development, also mixed with working retail as a young man and working in law enforcement, I can come in here and help bring a sense of normalcy and steady the ship, so to say.
Based on your experience, what are the key priorities you would focus on during your first 30 to 60 days in the interim role?
For me, in my experience, my priorities are going to be, I want to come in and just observe what's actually been happening and take a look and deep dive into the numbers, the metrics, find out what systems are actually here and what systems might need to come in. To say that I'm going to come in and make drastic changes right away is probably not the best answer, just because there are some things that might be working or might not be working and just need to have 1 or 2 small changes to get going. The priority areas for me that I kind of wrote down is attract small businesses to this area to help create jobs and get people who live in this area some stability in that way. And help with that is going to come increasing infrastructure, making sure that we're utilizing the city's historic beauty mixed with making sure that we're using our city's infrastructure that's already here, sewer, water, things of that nature. So making sure that everybody is following the same process across the board. Then with that, looking at ecotourism and the different opportunities that might be here for the events, opportunities to celebrate the small town, and to help bring people who want to see a small town succeed. So with my abilities in economic development, I've created relationships with plenty of stakeholders and developers who look at a town like Live Oak and are wanting to create real meaningful change, but also preserve the history that's there. So I believe with my skills I can do that here as well.
Describe your leadership style. How do you manage staff and build an effective organizational culture?
I believe in a family knit style, especially when it comes to management. I'm a true believer that if I hired somebody to do a job, I have to trust that they're going to do a job, or they shouldn't be in that position. So I'm going to trust somebody to do the job, and if they're my city works department head, then I'm going to trust them to do the job effectively and appropriately. I will check in on them and have constant communication. I believe in a communication system that everybody in the entire city would know what's going on. Transparency being front and foremost for me. Having every department understanding what we're all doing is a big key for me. So nobody is surprised. A lot of the times we seem to work against each other when we should be working with each other. So if I'm selected for this position, I'd want to create a relationship between all departments and myself where everybody knows what's going on, everybody understands the processes, and we can all work together. I have an open door policy. I believe that I should be able to not only hear from the citizens, but anybody who works for me, and that they can come in and if they're having even a bad day. In law enforcement, I'm a certified crisis and hostage negotiation, so I can do a skill like that, and I've used that in pretty much my everyday life. I'm somebody that friends and family can call out and just have a conversation with if they're having a bad day. So just creating relationships with people where they understand that they can come to me and tell me that, hey, this is a bad week, and I'm not normally like this, but I just need some help. And so that way we retain people, and people feel comfortable and don't want to just leave every opportunity they get.
The town recently underwent an operational audit from the Auditor General's office. What experience do you have with this process? How would you approach bringing the town back into compliance with the Auditor General?
With the CRA that I'm the director of, we have a yearly audit as well by the state, and since being in place, we have not had a single failure or opportunity. Everything is always the exact way it's supposed to be. So my personal belief is that I'm going to come in and observe what's happening, deep dive the numbers, figure out what the actual opportunities are. I know from my own research, I believe it was 16 opportunities in that audit. So that gives us a good starting point to kind of focus on what we can actually do and where the opportunities are. We're going to see what processes need to be changed, or just make sure those processes are happening the right way. In terms of what my ability is again, being the CRA director, I do that on a day-to-day basis. I have to budget for, currently I have a $2.9 million budget for the CRA, and I have to make sure all my projects are followed through under Florida State Statute 163, which governs CRAs, so I have to make sure it's legal in every way for that. And then with the auditors, I work with them yearly.
One of the operational audit findings included not following prescribed procurement processes. What experience do you have running purchasing departments? How are these departments set up, and what rules did you have to follow?
Again, with the CRA, we have to follow procurement processes for the city of Live Oak. So, for instance, today I just signed us up for a Florida Economic Development Council membership for $1,750. I have to meet with the finance department, make sure it's ordered correctly, put under the correct line items to make sure that it's being pulled from the correct account. And it's pretty simple as long as you just follow what's directly where the money is supposed to come from. So if it's supposed to come from account A, you pull from account A, and you don't try to manipulate it. And with procurement, if the money isn't there and you have to make a change, you have to bring it to the council, request a line item change, and they'll be able to do that.
Do you have any experience writing and running RFPs?
I do not.
The town's LDR's land development regulations ask for the assignment of a land development regulation administrator. What experience do you have with zoning? How would you fill the role of a land development regulation administrator?
With working in the CRA, I work hand in hand with the City of Live Oaks Planning and Zoning Department to help find opportunity zones inside of the city or areas that may be needed to change over. And if we have a stakeholder or developer who's interested in purchasing a property, the CRA has sponsored zoning changes to make sure that we can get something from something as simple as residential to commercial intensive, or things of that nature. Because of where I am, I've gotten pretty familiar with those processes and what each thing requires, as well as densities. For homes, we work extremely closely with developers for homes. So we've had to help pay and supplement for the changes of zoning for homes. For instance, we went from a low density to a medium or high density in specific areas for the CRA. In order to find someone, I actually would say I have a good relationship with several of the planning and zoning members in this area. So I'd be able to reach out to them to help us find the best candidate for that. And with that kind of relationship, we would also be able to just reach out and ask for information from them.
The budget will come due during your tenure as interim town manager. What experience do you have with creating budgets?
Again, as a CRA director, I'm responsible for my own budget each year. So my current budget, like I said, is in over the $2.5 million range, and currently we're looking at the next budget being around 3.2. We've increased our TIF value. So I help set the budget every single year. This year I'm currently working on it right now, scheduling out different projects, determining how much money needs to go for each line item, and running it by the council to make sure that they approve of that. Just focused on making sure the numbers match and it's the best use of the citizens' money.
The town needs a new town clerk, which will fall under the town manager's responsibility. What is your strategy for acquiring a new town clerk?
For a town clerk, my belief system again is I've created a lot of relationships with communities up in this north central Florida region. So I would reach out to local city clerks and see if they have anybody on their staff who's looking to move up or ready to move up, who can do the job effectively, and go from there. A big belief system is not nepotism, but if I know somebody would be good for the job, bringing them in terms of having a steady ship and the city's same direction is important for me. So for the city clerk, there's somebody specifically that I'm thinking of already that's a young woman that works over in Live Oak she's the assistant city clerk and she's wanting to move up and she's very talented.
What experience do you have in writing grants? What is your process for finding new grant opportunities?
Again, as a CRA director, one of my main jobs is finding grants for us to do a lot of the projects. Currently, one of the projects we're working on is the Heritage Square, which is the reimagining and recreation of a downtown area for the city of Live Oak. We were able to get grants through the DEP and the Department of Transportation to help set up the infrastructure for that project. We were able to secure well over $900,000 in grant money for that, and as well as some of the projects we're doing is focusing on using green materials. So we're using a semi-pervious type of material for water reduction because Suwannee County has such a bad problem with flooding. So in order to focus on that, we've focused on ideas that will help that reduction, and the grants were awarded to us based on those projects.
As interim town manager, one of the most critical roles that you will fulfill is the development and adoption of the municipal budget. The town budget must be prepared in accordance with the Florida Truth and Millage Law and FS Chapter 166. Please share your knowledge and experience in these laws in developing a municipal budget.
Again, with the CRA director, I have to sit down every year with our finance director as well as the city manager to go over the budgets. CRA is a little bit different because we are governed under 163. So that's a separate type of budget that we work under and how we have to operate, but it is all relatively the same in order for transparency, where the money is being spent, how it's being spent, and we have to show cause and need for each dollar. Working with the city manager as I do, I get to hear a lot of the way that he thinks and how he's planning out the spending of money, and focus on making sure it is, again, good use of the citizens' money and putting each dollar into an appropriate planned project.
Florida Statutes, Chapter 119, Public Records, and Chapters 286, Government in the Sunshine, are two important laws. As town manager, you must ensure compliance. Please provide your knowledge and experiences with these laws.
Again, with the CRA, I work with the CRA board, which is for us is our CRA city council, or the city council. So I understand a lot of the Florida sunshine laws where they're not allowed to meet more than one or together to discuss city business. And I help keep things in order for that as well, because if they email me, I have to often remind them that anything they email is public record, so make sure that everything they're doing is legal, ethical, and moral, and operating under those state statutes. Making sure that everything we do, again, is transparent for the public's knowledge and public to see. I like to operate mostly in writing and email, so that way nothing can ever be taken out of context and everything can just be referred back to. With those statutes, they obviously are making sure that there is no misappropriation of funds or planning and other things of that nature that people can say that government officials are abusing their power.
So I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Florida Statutes, Chapter 119 is a public records request. Can you address that?
For the public records, again, with the CRA, that goes with why I like to do everything in writing, because it's that way I can just easily, if you ask me in an email, can you please send this to me, I'll have it in writing and I can easily send it over with the public information requests. That also goes to my time in law enforcement, where everything was about transparency and being able to provide the public with all their information that they requested. Anything that needed to be legally redacted was.
How do you view the relationship between the town manager and town council? How would you foster effective relationships with the town council?
I believe they're synergetic. The town manager, in this sense, should be viewed as the hand of the town council. He's their day-to-day director who makes their vision for the town come to life. He is the person that can, he or she is the person that can mediate between the citizens and the council and get the information to not just the council but also the citizens as well. The relationship needs to be focused on healthy communication and open communication, making sure that if there's questions, he or she is available for the council to answer them at any point and be available for them to vent if they need to as well. So, describe your experience with public works projects and water and sewer utilities. Again, with the CRA, as I stated earlier, we're doing the Heritage Square project. With that project, we are helping, the city has a bad flooding issue, so we created a green space that operates in a multi-function where the park, it's a park basically that has a low point where the water will collect, and we were able to, with the grants and funding, secure a fast go-away well that would remove up to, I believe it's 24 inches of water within one day. So I understand that there's a lot of issues, especially with historically older towns and their infrastructure, with water, with sewer, making sure that the pipes are constantly not breaking, and we have to find grants to update them and keep them moving appropriately. For this city, I believe the information is within 300 feet for a sewer they have to be hooked up. And with the water, I would guess it's around the same. I didn't see the information for that, but with those projects and the CRA, I've worked extensively on them. We have another one where we are doing a 400 homes, and the CRA is paying for the infrastructure changes to run gas, sewer, and water over to that area. So we are bringing, up in that process, we're updating the pipes that are already there, the existing infrastructure, and things of that nature.
What steps would you take to ensure our citizens are involved in the important decisions that will affect our town?
Some of the ideas that I have is something as simple as coffee with the town manager, where I just go to different areas around the city and sit down and open up an hour or two for citizens to come talk to me, speak to me, vent, tell me different ideas. Other things I have in mind, and especially with the Florida EO 2544 that mandates or emphasizes that cities start using AI technology and different technology in that way, is create some kind of applications or opportunity for us to use technology to allow citizens to directly reach out with complaints and or, hey, there's a pothole at this location. Can you come take care of it? And it shows that we're listening and quickly can act in that way. I have an open door policy. I like to get out there and actually walk around still. That comes from my time in law enforcement where I would walk a beat. I was old school in that sense, so I would go to different businesses and actually stop in and talk to them, hear what's going on. And I would do the same thing as a town manager, not just sit behind a desk. I like to get out there and actually put my feet on the ground and see what's happening.
Give us examples of what you would do to become involved and build relationships with the citizens of White Springs.
Again, that would pretty much go to the same thing I just said earlier. I'm going to get out there. I truly believe in putting my feet on the ground, walking around, seeing the area that I'm in charge of, seeing the area that I live in, and understanding it. If you're not out there physically seeing it, you won't understand the actual needs and opportunities that people have. It's really easy to sit back and say, oh, we're doing very well because look, the numbers are going up, but if our citizens aren't feeling it the same way, we would never know. So getting out there and just talking to them, hearing what's going on, and showing them who I am as a person. Wanting to do different events, bring back events that might have happened in the town in the past that are no longer happening, and create different things, monthly markets where people can come and sell something they make at home or different things, and just getting out there and bringing my family here, showing everybody that I'm invested in the city just as much as they are.
Are you looking for a long-term position or only a 6-month post? If you are looking for only a 6-month position, how will you help the town council work through the process of finding a new town manager?
I'm looking for a long-term position. I know it says interim, but I moved up here on purpose. I came up this direction to kind of escape the big town that St. Cloud had become, and to now I have 2 children. I want to raise them in an area that I can know they're safe and be proud of. And as a father, I moved around a lot when I was a young man, so I don't want to do that to my boys. I want to stay giving them a secure, stable environment. So for me, longevity in an area is very important.
What would be your earliest start date?
Probably August 1st or beginning of August. I just want to make sure that I leave my current job in good standing and don't do anything wrong with it.
Which benefits are you expecting/needing?
Benefits as in?
Health insurance?
Don't.
There we go. How do you manage emergency situations or unexpected challenges in municipal government?
That's going to revert back to my time in law enforcement, where I was in high-stress situations pretty much every single day. So I am quite capable in those situations of just taking a deep breath, focusing, and remembering that my job is not to make a crisis or situation worse, it's to come up with solutions. In higher level government, and the same thing in the CRA, we are expected to be good stewards of our citizens' money and their time. So if a crisis or a situation happens, I need to be the calm captain of the ship that stands in front and creates solutions, working within the city's teams and departments, but also with the citizens to hear the crisis, where they are, what's going on, and find the best solutions in all ways.
What experience do you have dealing with emergency situations?
Again, in law enforcement, I've been in every type of situation possible, major hurricanes, remove house fires, shootings, other incidents of that nature where I've had to stay calm and make decisions, life or death, and luckily I'm still standing here.
Our last question. Do you have any questions for the council or anything you would like us to know about your candidacy?
I am currently enrolled in the ICMA to get the accreditation to become a international city or county manager. I'm also working on my master's degree for public administration. I'm a dad of 2, and I just want to leave the world a better place for my boys. If it isn't here with you guys, I love coming here. I come here all the time. You guys have the trunk or treat events, and my sons absolutely love it. And what you do here is meaningful, and I'm glad that you guys were able to and are fighting to stay a town. I spoke with Senator Corey Simon, and I'm going to sit down and meet with him again. I have some relationship with him with the CRA, and I'm hoping that no matter what, if it's not me, that you guys continue to build and do the good stuff that you're doing for the citizens. And don't forget that's who it's for, right? For me, I will always say, I'm always willing to help and give I'm good at economic development. That's what I thrive in. So if it's not me and you guys need to just reach out, I will always be available to help pass possible stakeholders and developers this way who can give you guys the right help.
That is the end of our questions. Or other questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. And that is the end of interview number 2.
I think we need to.
Okay, yeah, please have maybe 5 minutes to make your notations and then we can.
Okay, we're ready for interview number 3 with Mr. Ivan Udall.
Good afternoon.
So to keep things fair, my name is Robert Gamsby, by the way, I'm the town councilor here.
Nicole Williams, Vice Mayor.
Cheryl McCall, Councilwoman.
So to keep things fair, we're limiting interviews to 45 minutes, and we have a set series of questions that we're asking all candidates. So I'm going to go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Please tell us why you're interested in serving as interim town manager for the town of White Springs.
Okay. During my career as a military person, active duty, I would often come home, and one of the things that I always say, there's one thing I love more than the town of White Springs itself, is the people of White Springs. This last time coming home, just happened to get caught up in the thing with Senator Corey Simon and House Rep Jason Schoaf, and just kind of got swept up into it. And became very interested in defending the honor of this great town. And I had worked all the way through this process. This town is historically a town of generations of families, both black and white, and I can go back as far as I can remember. And there are people in this room, there's people that's not in this room, that my fathers and their fathers, my mother and their mothers had relationships, and so do I have with them. Don't know some of the newer people as well, but I've gotten to know some of them, and they're pretty good people too. I guess the town kind of drew them in that way. So going forward in an interim role, I would like help to set the conditions for the change that's needed in White Springs so that it can last another 100 or so years.
Based on your experience, what are the key priorities you would focus on during your first 30 to 60 days in this interim role?
Stabilizing the town. I think the town has done a wonderful job. I think you for stepping up, taking on a monumental role, running for office, stepping into the gauntlet. All the people that are here now and people that are not here stepped up and completely shifted the perception of this town from 3-4 months ago. But there are some things that still need to be done. I think the change has begun, but it has not been completed. I think there's several key things that need to be done. I don't want to use the term quick wins, but they are wins. I think establishing fire services. We have a fire department. I'm not sure if that equates to the full service of a fire department. Establishing law enforcement of the appropriate role to advise and assist advise the council and assist the people of White Springs, along working with the sheriff's department, and then reestablishing and stabilizing the governance of White Springs. There's been lots of discussions about the charter. I can recall being much younger and interested in the city government, and we had a charter that I call bulletproof. That's kind of what we refer to the Constitution of the United States. It's very hard to change. It's very solid. When you get a charter or constitution that you can change at a whim, then it's not much of a useful document. So I think in this short period of time, we have to lead or assist the citizens of this town reestablishing it, a useful, viable charter that will be functional and appropriate, that put people first and allow the citizens to be in control of their government. And unless it would be something that's cataclysmic, it would be almost impossible to change at a whim. Maybe if it's a requirement, the town and the council can come together and change that charter, but it should be very sturdy and resilient so that it's not changed for the next group of people that may not have the interests of the town that you have.
Describe your leadership style. How do you manage staff and build an effective organizational culture?
Okay, well, I have a lot of experience in that between studying leadership, writing about leadership, being published about leadership, and actually conducting leadership. It often depends on several things. Number one, the types of organizational structure and the people in it that you lead. For example, I was in a leadership role at a combatant command, United States Africa Command, and there were lots of interagency people within that command, Department of State, Department of Energy, the agencies, FBI, CIA, and other types of agencies. You don't really lead them. You get them to coalesce and work together towards a common goal. I've led small combat units where you can lead more directly. I've led platoons, sapper companies, engineer battalions. I've led training command structures, and I've led battalions and a brigade. In my career, was appointed as the acting adjutant general for the United States Virgin Islands by the governor, and I led a very diverse staff in that culture, as well as work with other agencies within the Virgin Islands. So sometimes it's servant leadership, sometimes it's leadership by example, sometimes it's direct leadership, sometimes it's creative leadership when you deal with complex problems, oftentimes dealing with people, and they have multiple subjective perspectives about how things look, how things appear. And you see that on TV now when a political issue come up. And in their hearts and their minds, they are correct. So sometimes you have to lead people through those types of things. So in that case, you have to work very close, not only to understand them, but help them understand the environment, the situation that they may be in, so that you can come to an appropriate resolution of that problem. And then what I like to call operationalize. It's easy to say, for example, I'm going to create peace in the Middle East. But if you're going to send people to do it, they need something more tangible. Well, what do you want me to do to get this peace that you speak of? So sometimes in complex situations, leading complex organizations, you have to, like I say, in a very creative way, in a multiple perspective, understand the problem, understand the people and what they want, but also you have to convert those idealistic things into more tangible, objective actions that people must take. Things that you can assess. Okay, we were going to do these 3 things to accomplish this complex solution. Well, how are you going to measure those things? So you have to operationalize it and make it tangible and accessible so you can determine whether or not you're making progress or not making progress.
The town recently underwent an operational audit from the Auditor General's office. What experience do you have with this process? How would you approach bringing the town back into compliance with the Auditor General?
Okay. Give you a minute. I want to reference something here. So the way I see this type of audit, it's really about risk management, risk control, risk assessment, and internal controls. The Army has a formal program that I participated in at the executive level. Basically, you conduct operational audits to assess how effectively the government entities are operating, how we are carrying out our functions. And it's a two-part function, right? So the first thing you want to do is make sure you address the function and you have an appropriate operational type approach to executing it so that it's complete, it's feasible, it get done what you want it to do. And then you want to be able to manage the process to make sure you are doing. I can give you an example of that. Like I said, in the Army, one of the audits that we get is equal opportunity. We have a very diverse military, and a lot of times promotions or school selections are done with boards. And so you want to set up a program so that all representative personnel can be equally assessed. So you create an internal control, an internal program that says when we have a board to select a leader or a promotion or a school assignment, we want this thing to be represented fairly. And it's the same way when I was in the school system. So if there were 3 people that were being selected up for selection, and one of them happens to be a female, you would make sure you had a female on the selection board. And then you would have a process, and then you would have an HR person involved with that. So the HR person will make sure that you were adhering to the controls. And so what the internal audit would do, it wouldn't look at every individual thing that you did. It would just look at your program and say, do you have a program to combat this issue? And does that program, is it in alignment with federal regulation or city regulation or state regulation? And then they would do a spot audit to say, okay, here's 5 times you did this action. We found 2 times that you didn't actually execute it based on your own internal controls, your own internal rules. And so I look at audits that way, at least this particular kind of audit. So I've participated in those audits. I've gone through those kinds of audits. I've led organizations through those kinds of audits. Like I said, when I was at the Adjutant General for the United States Virgin Islands, that was one of the federal audits. Actually, it was an audit that got me sent there from the Pentagon. I was stationed at the Pentagon. They failed an audit of this type massively, and it was one of the reasons I was sent as an assistance person to help them get out of this particular type of problem.
One of the operational audit findings included not following prescribed procurement processes. What experience do you have running purchasing departments? How were these departments set up and what rules did you have to follow?
Okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to give you a handout because it's going to be in federal government language. So I just want to make sure I don't hit you with too many acronyms or things. So my experience is at the school board level. As an assistant principal of administration, I was responsible for acquiring all school property, scoreboards, computers, desks, classroom seats, lunchroom equipment. Also, being a brigade commander and an adjutant general, I was responsible for acquiring lots of federal type. So at the federal government, there's two types of acquisition. There's standard internal inside the government acquisition, and you have the General Service Administration, GSA. And if you ever served in any federal position, you would hear stuff like, I need a GSA vehicle. So they have a way of procuring or acquiring that kind of equipment. That's a standard inside the government process. If it's something you need outside the government system, then they have what they call the Federal Acquisitions Regulations, or the FAR. And then that way you would write up a statement of work, a proposal, and kind of explain what it is that you wanted, what you needed. And then you would submit it to the contracting agency, and they would do requests for a proposal, and they would submit it out for contractors around the globe. There are times you would do it. I've done it in Africa, I've done it in Iraq, I've done it in Europe, and I've done it in the United States, so not just American agencies. But you would go through the Federal Acquisition Regulation and adhere strictly, because you can go to prison really quickly. I've often said the most dangerous thing, the hardest thing to do in the United States government is spend government money. It's very dangerous and it's very difficult to do correctly. So the FAR is one, and the GSA is the other type of experience, also to include working in the Swanee County school system as an administrator.
So you kind of just answered this question, but I have to ask it anyway, but going through the list. Do you have any experience writing or running RFPs?
Yes. Yeah. Probably the most relevant one to this process, when I was at Fort Stewart, Georgia, I think 2008 to 2010, I ran a training directorate, and it was during the surge, and we often had to contract native-speaking Iraqi or Afghan citizens of the United States to do role play. It was very obscure, non-standard role, non-standard process in the Army. So working with the combat training commanders that were going forward into theater, we would sit down and determine what their requirements were. And then you'd have to write a request for proposal in the FAR process to go out and contract citizens of the United States that were native speakers. And we also would contract for cultural experts. And then the Department of Defense, Department of Army would let sometimes hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of contracts to bring those individuals on, and they would participate in the training process. But a lot of times in the military, even in the school system, the requirements are pretty standard, and there were standard processes, but there were many times they were non-standard, not available inside the government, and you would, as the expert, have to write that proposal for request.
The town's LDR's land development regulations ask for the assignment of a land development regulation administrator. What experience do you have with zoning? How would you fill the role of a land development regulation administrator?
Okay. I was gonna use this for something else, but I'm more than happy to, don't worry, this is not classified, it's open source. It's something I work with, but it clearly says unclassified, and it's available on the internet.
But could we understand it?
Yes, actually, it's a great example. So, if you take this document, well, what I know about land development regulation, there's two types. You have zoning and you have comprehensive planning. When I was at United States Africa Command, I served a year as the strategic posture branch chief. And my job at that time was to determine within the AFRICOM command area of, I have another, I think. Where's that one? Area of interest, the basing requirement, the force structure, sizing, footprint, and whatever types of status enforcement agreements that were required with the host nation. So one of the bases that we did, major bases, was at it was in Djibouti, Africa. It was a former French base called Camp Lemonnier, and it was called Camp Lemonnier Djibouti. And the Navy had a cluster of operations that the Secretary of Defense wanted to make into a base plan, a base, standard base with a base budget. And I don't think you have my performance evaluation, but in one of my performance evaluations, and I'll read it because it's relevant to this. It says, I have led an assessment that led the Chief of Naval Operations, concurring with the assessment and supported Commander of the United States Africa Command in his annual posture statement to the Senate, providing the approval for the congressionally mandated Camp Lemonnier Djibouti Master Plan by the United States Navy Chief of Naval Operations. So if you look at this document, it has all the makings of what the zoning land development regulations call for, right? It's got the map, it's got the table, utilization table, and it's got the usage. So for a year and a half, I led four, maybe five combatant commands: United States Special Operations Command, Central Command, Africa Command, and Transportation Command, who all utilize that base, and then some special agencies that also had land. So basically, looking at this, you can tell I working with a lot of engineers, a lot of public work types of folks. They laid out basically almost functioning as a mayor cell. They laid out the zoning restrictions for this particular base. And that's kind of what focused and drove our development for this base. I haven't done it at the municipal level in the state of Florida, but the United States Department of Defense used something called UFC, the Universal Facility Code for construction and building, which is basically what every state uses to base their land development off of. So the same thing that drives the state of Florida and White Springs is the same thing that drives the military when they build bases, because on this base you had civilians, you had families, Department of State, their wives and children, you had special agencies, you had special operation forces, you had regular forces, you had aircraft operations, you had other nations, you had Japan and the French, and you also had civilian aviation operations going out of this. This was that nation's international airport. And the United States government took the lead in this portion of it, and we basically used the UFC building and development regulations. And you can see in my performance evaluation that I led that effort 4 combatant commands and 3 nations, as well as the host nation.
The budget will come due during your tenure as interim town manager. What experience do you have with creating budgets?
Okay. So, the reason I was going to use this slide deck was to talk about my budget experience. So, if you turn to page in this document, page 8, you'll see something that's called ROM, rough order of magnitude of cost. And that's $1.3 billion. So my portfolio in that role was $1.3 billion. And that wasn't necessarily a budget per se, because it included all the agencies and all the other organizations' budget combined. So within that, it's sort of like doing zoning for a town. You have businesses, you have residential communities, you have churches. They bring their own money, but you take that money and you manage it through a zoning process so that they can get what they need. So I manage the federal portfolio of about $1.3 billion in this process, and that's also noted in my performance evaluation, the same one that I just mentioned. When the whole purpose of this exercise that the Chief of Naval Operations, that's the 4-star admiral that runs the Navy, was, you can see, he had concerns that the other services and agencies was going to make him spend too much of his budget. So he wanted to ensure that the requirements listed were the requirements that was really important. So that's what I did. I led all those agencies, those other combatant commands through that process. And we actually found some savings because the original budget was $2 billion. We got it down to 1.3, and it's listed in my performance evaluations. Is because we got 36 requirements reduced down to 6 by combining and finding overlap in some of the functions and some of the things that needed to be done. So now I have managed other budgets, much smaller. Budgets of about $1 million in the school system. That's every year you have to reset certain classrooms. You had it on a rotation. I think it was about 4 or 5 different classrooms. They would get a new desk, new dry erase boards, new teacher's desk, new TVs or monitors as they call them, and you would rotate every year. 5 teachers would get a new set until you get around to the starting over again. Auto shops, the agriculture department shops, those were classrooms too, buying tractors, the football stadium, new bleachers, new scoreboards. So I would manage that budget. As assistant principal of administration, I was responsible for anything that didn't have to do with academics. So discipline, attendance, sports, academic competition, medical, the nurse's office, nurse's equipment. I was responsible for managing that budget. And then as a commander, company commander, battalion commander, brigade commander, I would have a more modest budget. The last budget I managed was about $14 million a year. And that was to do with training, travel, school, sending soldiers off to school, deploying them into theater if they needed to go on a rotation or deployment. And the way that I did that, because again, one of the hardest things to do in government is to spend the money correctly. They have different colors of money at different lines of accounting. You would forecast the requirement, and that's kind of easy to do. You know how many soldiers you have, you know how many need to go to school, need to go to training, need to go to school, you know how many units you're gonna have deploy. In the school system, you knew you had 5 classrooms, so you can forecast. You can kind of get some rough order of magnitudes of what that cost would be. So the year before, you would submit your forecasted budget, and that would get rolled up into the big budget. So at the end of the day, you take all those different lines of accounting, different colors of money that will be coming to me, my organization, you put it into a big bin with the different deviations of what that money would be for, and then you would send it to a comptroller. The comptroller would then release it to my budget director, and then we would execute. And I just want to finish by saying this. One of the things that I found very helpful is to moderate and monitor the spending as we went through. So, for example, if I had, for example, being in the Virgin Islands, I would send 200, 300 people to Fort Stewart, Georgia to conduct weapons qualification training. I would know how many weeks that would be, how many people would go. I know approximately how much leasing an aircraft, going through Delta Airlines and saying, hey, I need to charter an aircraft going and when coming, the food for the 2 or 3 weeks. So you can do what we call the cost estimate worksheet. That's by person, by day, by rank, by everything. And it was a automatic spreadsheet. So as you put the information in, it would give you a total at the bottom. And then I would look at what was in my account, what was requested. Then I would look at other things that would be coming due during the rest of the year and say, okay, we're on track. We did a good forecast. Then I would release the money to be spent. And then it was more difficult sometimes when it wasn't a big movement. If it was an individual that had to go to school for 6 months or 5 weeks or whatever, that's one individual. Those were a little harder to track, but we tracked it nonetheless. We used the same process, whether it was one person or one organization, we go through the same process. And as we utilize the money, the funds from the budget, it would decrement the budget. And sometimes you would see that you're on a glide path that you're gonna run out of money. They didn't mind that as long as you came in ahead of time and said, hey, look, my burn plan is a little fast. I'm gonna need a little bit more money to get me through the year. And they were like, okay, no problem. Or, I'm not burning through it as fast, I may need to give some back. And then they would take that money and push it to somebody else that would. And it was a give and take system to make sure that the budget across the enterprise would be met.
The town needs a new town clerk, which will fall under the town manager's responsibility. What is your strategy for acquiring a new town clerk?
Okay. So I have a process of searching out talent. So if there's anybody in the Army or the military, you'll understand this. There's a saying, you don't fight with the Army you want, you fight with the Army you got. Right? So we were not in control of going to the high schools and saying, give me that person, this person. You were a commander, people show up. It was your job to help with the selection process of who was getting promoted into sergeant's role, captain's role, majors, sergeant majors, and that kind of thing. But it was also your responsibility for training them. So, understanding that you have some control of shaping who comes to you, but you have very little control within this environment as to who actually gets selected and should be selected. But it's also responsibility of the person to make sure they get trained appropriately. I like to lean on something called a 2-minute manager that says you never admonish anybody for not doing something you never taught them to do. Right? So if they're doing something wrong but you never told them, hey, this is your job and this is how you do it, whether it was a 2-minute training session or a 2-week training session, you really can't admonish them. You can, okay, so I see you don't have that experience. I'm going to get you trained. Now once you get them trained and then they fail to do it correctly, then you can admonish or however you want to approach that. But it's very, very important to understand that there's some control in selecting in the process, identifying talent, trying to decipher which person has the right talent, the right amount of talent, but it's also very important to understand that you're never going to get the person the perfect person that you want, you're gonna get the person that comes to you. And I know you probably look at me and say, well, of course you can choose who you want. It's based on the talent. You're not gonna get a Los Angeles or a New York level skilled clerk to come to White Springs. That's not gonna happen. So that's what I mean. You're not gonna get the exact person you want. You're gonna get somebody else that has another type of talent. But once you get that person and they're right for this town, you put them in the role and then you help develop them, you help train them, and you make sure they be the best that they can be. All right?
What experience do you have in writing grants? What is your process for finding new grant opportunities?
Okay, we function on the military side and even on the school side a lot with budget and allocated funding and inside the system. And then outside the system, we deal with contracts. I mean, that's how the government acquires things. The government doesn't produce anything. They either have systems in place to acquire stuff that you need that's off the shelf, as we call it, or we go through an acquisition contracting through the FAR process. I do have some experience being a small business owner of writing grants, and I have received more than several grants for over $100,000. And in that process, which is a little different than government, you just kind of figure out where you may have the most success and you pursue those grants. I think in municipal government, it's a little bit different. You have to look at your requirements and then try to match requirements to what grants are out there versus just, hey, who has money, send it to me. And the danger of that is you may have an important requirement and you need to match a grant to it, but somebody has money to do this thing over here, so you forget that project and you start doing what's available and you get off task. That's what I mean. If you're government, you really have to stay on task and you have to seek the grants that match the task that you have at hand. In private business, small business, hey, you take what people are given.
As intern town manager, one of the most critical roles you will fulfill is the development and adoption of the municipal budget. The town budget must be prepared in accordance with the Florida Truth in Millage Law and Florida Statutes Chapter 166. Please share your knowledge and experiences in these laws in developing a municipal budget.
Well, I do know, again, it's a great transition from federal government spending to this, and I do understand that for whatever reasons the legislature saw fit to constrain municipal governments on their spending and even the ability to raise funds through taxing, through the various taxing mechanisms. I understand that. So with that said, what I do know about White Springs is because of the size of the town population and businesses that we have that generate revenue, we are constrained within the state statutes of how much we can raise and how much we can spend. And I think that has been one of the things that have been causing issues with the town and how it's governed. But I will say this, studying this book, there's 80 plus municipalities in the state of Florida that's smaller than White Springs. And those municipalities does not have the resources that White Springs have. It doesn't have 2 state parks and they doesn't have an industrial base the size and scope of Nutrien. So with that said, this is what I was very passionate about with the state legislature. And I did have a chance to sit with the ranking members of the Inways and Means Committee and her compadre of Democrats. And this is what I was so passionate about. Until you tell me you have to shut down because those towns can't function because of their size, then I know for a fact White Springs can. And we have better ways than they at this current time. But I do know that the laws and regulations that exist, we can certainly use the resources and assets that we have to greatly benefit this town. But I also think we should pursue control growth. What I mean by control, the right kind of growth and the right amount of growth that would, within the scope of the state statutes and the local legislation, that would give us the revenue and the taxation that we need to function absolutely appropriately for this town.
Florida Statutes Chapter 119, Public Records, and Chapter 286, Government in the Sunshine, are two important laws. As town manager, you must ensure compliance. Please provide your knowledge and experiences with these laws.
Well, at the federal level, we call them FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act. But I do understand that in the United States, and I've seen this very firsthand in other countries, that everything belongs to the people. Everything. And if it's outside of national security, then or an ongoing investigation, then all matters, to include all the information, belong to the citizens. So Florida's version of that is Government in Sunshine 119. And it's, if they make a request, we have to do due diligence and provide them with that information outside of what I think are those two reasons. If it's an ongoing investigation on national security, but bottom line, I guess fundamentally it just says everything that is done by the government belongs to the people, to include the information that is produced. And I just want to say this too. In the new cyber environment, in the federal government, they went to a new cyber security structure, and they define what an information system is, and they define what information is, and they have to define who owns the system and who owns the information that's on that system. For example, we all have cell phones. If you work for the city, that is an information system that belongs to the city. Therefore, any information you put on that phone is city property. Even if it's a little snuggly to your spouse, it becomes public information and it's accessible by the citizens. Because anything that goes onto the information system, the owner of that system then takes ownership of that information. Then outside of that, anything that's not on an information system, but it still pertains to public information. So even if you put it on your own personal phone, but if it's public information, then what we learned in the military, if I use my personal phone to conduct official business, then everything on my phone becomes accessible by the public because I made that a public information system by putting government information on it. And I'd be gladly hand that over. If I was a city manager, I would be more than happy to ensure that employees, at least of the city, would provide that information upon request without having to go to court, without having to be sued for it.
We have 4 more minutes. How do you view the relationship between the town manager and town council? How would you foster effective relationships with the town council?
How would I like to see it, or how do I see it? Based on the current charter. That's different questions. I prefer to answer it a different, certain way, but tell me how you want me to answer it.
We pretty much just ask whatever's written, so.
Okay, so personally, the way I see it the town manager should function as the chief of staff. We don't have the current governance structure to do that. A president, a governor, a commander has a chief of staff. Right? Leadership, leaders lead people, manager manage things. Executives and commanders lead people, and then the staff normally manages the process and things. So I see in the perfect world, there's an executive in town of White Springs, and the city manager will function as the chief of staff for that executive, working full-time to ensure executive functions are executed based on the council, legislative directions, and the executive direction. That's how I think it should run. How it runs now, based on the charter, it doesn't run that way, but that's okay too. I'm not an anarchist. I've worked for a lot of different commanders, and they all have different personalities and different leadership styles, and I can adjust.
Okay. Describe your experience with public works projects and water and sewer utilities.
Okay, well, being an engineer in the military, my first deployment in 2002 with the 1st Marine Division, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, we basically rebuilt the infrastructure, the public utilities in southern Iraq with about 20,000 engineers. And that was wastewater, water treatment, fresh water, brown water, jails, schools, etc. And we had another question another time. I explained to you how that went because it was strategically not a good move. But it's what we did. And being a reservist, within my command, I had public works directors from different cities that were reservists. I had people who worked with the Division of Forestry that drove bulldozers and road graders. But we were able to, more expertly than active duty during that time, go into southern Iraq and rebuild their infrastructure through public works at a grand scale, national level. Well, actually, if you compare it to the United States, probably a state level.
What steps would you take to ensure our citizens are involved in the important decisions that will affect our town?
Okay, so the citizens probably didn't get a chance to do this, but I provided to you a published journal article that I wrote. It was submitted to internationally peer-reviewed journal, Complexity and Policy Studies. And so I think most problems that exist in a municipality are complex, wicked problems. And what I mean by that, they are very difficult to solve problems. So you have to, in a structured, organized way, get the multiple subjective perspectives from all the different people, all the different levels. People play different roles. So one person that may be a council person has one perspective as a council person, but they may also live in a community that will have a problem and have to live amongst the people. And sometimes they may even be a pastor of a church. So I would have an inclusive process from top to bottom that would identify all the perspectives and include it, and then structure it in a way that we can operationalize a plan to get to the solution.
Thank you, Mr. Udell. That concludes interview number 4. Three. I'm sorry, 3. Mine is gone. We thank you. We appreciate you for coming.
Can you ask Mr. Ryan a question?
Ms. Ryan.
Do you recommend whether the council moves to allow additional time to finish the questions, or?
I would finish the questions, so all candidates are asked the same questions.
Okay.
And we allow the candidate a chance to ask questions.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna go back and finish with Mr. Udell. Mr. Udell, we have a couple more questions
Okay.
for you.
Give us examples of what you would do to become involved and build relationships with the citizens of White Springs.
Well, I'm uniquely qualified above all the other candidates because I'm from here. Born and raised, grew up here. One of the most proudest pictures I have of me being an 8-year-old barefoot in a baseball jersey that said SNS Food Store, because SNS Food Store sponsored my Little League team that year. And so, growing up here, like I said, it's a multi-generational, multi-family community that calls itself a town. One of the fondest memories I have of my father, who was an auto mechanics teacher at high school, was some of his best students getting summer jobs in his auto mechanic shop here in town. As a little kid, Saturday morning, I would wake up and I would see now Dr. Roger Green, Ronnie Tomlinson, a couple other people, Oscar Gibbons. They would be having breakfast with my dad, getting ready to go out. They were high school students, and I was a little kid, getting ready to go out and work in his garage for extra points in his class. So what I would do to build relationships is just continue to being that guy, loving his community, but loving his people more, and just being concerned. Choose no sides, try to understand everybody's perspective, and then try to work to an acceptable solution. And if there are no problems, then we just hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
Are you looking for a long-term position or only a 6-month post? If you were looking for only a 6-month position, how will you help the town council work through the process of finding a new town manager?
Well, what I stepped up to do is step into the role as interim, not because it's short-term, but because I think it requires a special kind of skill set, and I think I have that skill set. And I'm looking to step in and basically help the town, help the council, help the mayor, set the conditions, and as short-term wins, doing those things that I know the town needs done, doing the things I know the people want done, and doing the things that I know the council itself has in their target to accomplish. I want to be able to help establish those things and set the conditions so that moving forward, beyond that 6-month interim, beyond your 2-year tour, your 2-year assignment, excuse me, not tour, 10 years, 20 years into the future, we've done a great thing here by setting the conditions. I think on one of my performance evaluations, it said the things I've done in Africa will serve Africa and the United States for years to come. And that's kind of how I look at problem solving and working with people and setting policy. I consider myself a policy maker.
What would be your earliest start date?
Tomorrow. I sit at my computer at my desk at my house and I look at the city hall. I know, I can even see the trailer. I can see both. I can see who goes and who comes. And you don't have to do the pay thing yet. It's just, I can start tomorrow. As long as if I trip and fall, you won't take me out back and put me out my misery. But I'm available immediately.
Which benefits are expected or needed?
None. 30 years of military service. Don't need any. And I would be even willing to negotiate an equitable amount of pay for the benefit of the town, because I know the town could benefit.
How do you manage emergency situations or unexpected challenges in municipal government?
How much, oh, you told me I was out of time. One of the things, when I got sent to the Virgin Islands, it was immediately after Hurricane Irma and Maria. As a matter of fact, it was 3 months after, and I landed at an airport 10 o'clock at night. They had no lights in the city. They were out of rental cars. But I wrote the national level hurricane response plan for Viper, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico. That requires what I call an overseas deployment by the United States government to include Title 10 military, Title 32 military, and the other 15 emergency management codes to include law enforcement, putting power pole electricians in their trucks on ships and shipping them to the Virgin Islands on short notice, and basically rebuilding an island. So work with the FBI, Homeland Security, New York Police Department, Georgia Police State Highway Patrol, power poll workers from different states to do immediate deployment. And just one other thing too, just kind of to show you the level of complexity, there's always at least a handful of people on the Virgin Islands that if you lost electricity for more than an hour, they would die because they were critical care patients. Developed an evacuation plan for them. So even before the storm hit 5 days ahead, we would make a decision to spend about $12 million to get 5 people and their families off the island to a hospital in the United States and into an apartment. Because once you move them and the storm didn't hit, you couldn't just move them back. You have to leave them 6 months to a year. So all of that level of planning is my expertise.
So I have to ask this question because it's on the list, but you kind of already answered it. What experience do you have dealing with emergency situations?
Oh,
Well, I have to ask.
I was the chief of plans and operations for the Virgin Islands, and I worked with the Virgin Islands, FATIMA, Virgin Island Territory Emergency Management Administration, in building that plan, and along with Puerto Rico, connecting the federal with the territorial level government.
Do you have any questions for the council or anything you would like us to know about your candidacy?
I thought about this and the appropriateness of it, but I'll do it. So I know the town very well. I know you guys. I'm not going to pretend I don't. I know you guys very well, and I think a lot of you. I just want to say to the town and to you, we've done this thing where we've always sought outside help to help us because we didn't think much of ourselves. It's always, well, you can't get the people with the requisite education and skill, the know-how, sophistication, whatever you want to call it. And we always think somebody from a big name place, Rhode Island, Texas, whatever. Here's my thing, and this is what I go back to, the little picture with the 8-year-old with the SNS baseball t-shirt and barefoot. I grew up in this town. I remember when the street that my mother lived on wasn't paved, and we played kickball in the dirt road, and then it got paved, and we would take chalk and draw the bases and play stickball. I've gone all over the world, been sent by secretaries of the Army, 4-star generals. I've briefed the Secretary of Defense at Cape. I've been assigned to multiple 4-star headquarters, sent to the Virgin Islands, became the Adjutant General. Because outside of the confines of the prejudicial eyes of, hey, he's from White Springs, people thought a lot of me. And sometimes we don't think a lot of ourselves. We see candidates from White Springs, and I know, there's no reflection on you, but other previous councils. We'll have local people from White Springs that would apply, and we go, nah, that person from wherever, from that city, they just sound so much better. Not really knowing all the background, all the baggage, or even the role that they really played. Sometimes it takes a pretty poor frog not to praise his own pond, or not to praise their own people. And I'm just gonna be as arrogant as I can be with this. You're not gonna find these qualifications much anywhere. And I'm pretty expensive, to be honest with you. And but I'm here in White Springs now. It is my intent to build a house on some property I have right here in White Springs, 3 different homes, but it's my intent to build a home here in White Springs where everybody will have to stop and talk to me because they have to pass my house every day. And it's my intent to watch the pine trees grow for the rest of my life.
That was the last question.
All right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I don't know if I was late or not, but I was told 4 o'clock. I was here at 3:50.
You're fine.
You're
Okay.
fine.
Don't ding me. Don't tell me.
And I wanna
Yeah,
hear more
twist
about
it
your
around.
framing the wicked stuff.
Wicked problems.
And your article is online it's in the packet. It was saying that you don't have access, it's in the packet.
It's awesome,
It is
if you
all
can
there.
understand it.
That concludes, interview number 3.
Take about 5 minutes.
Please.
And then, yeah, no, to do your scoring, and then you might want to take a recess.
Just
before you,
Yes.
yes.
We're ready for the 4th and final interview with Ms. Connie Burkeen.
Got a square butt now.
I'll definitely need a bathroom break like this.
For it.
We all will.
I already took one.
Now, we'll have to.
Is this where you want me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, you go by
Hello.
Connie.
Yes.
My name is Robert Gansby. I'm a town council member here.
Nicole Williams, Vice Mayor.
Cheryl McCall, Councilwoman.
Nice to meet you.
So to keep everything fair, we're just asking the same questions to every candidate. So
Mhm.
you want to go through the list? We're putting on a 45-minute timer, so we'll tell you when time's up,
Okay.
and we can finish the questions quickly after that.
All right.
Please tell us why you're interested in serving as interim town manager for the town of White Springs.
I was the town clerk, but for Fort White for 5 years. But honestly, it was the town manager position. They just didn't call it that. But I did everything. There was no town manager, so I was responsible for all of it. And I enjoyed it. I loved it. I loved working with the people. I loved making a difference, and I enjoyed the processes that went along with it, such as formulating resolutions, ordinances, those type things, and working with the people to improve their town.
Based on your experience, what are the key priorities you would focus on during your first 30 to 60 days in the interim role?
Well, I think that's going to depend on what the goals are for the town, or that the council sets the goals. I know of some of the challenges that you have. I was here at the meeting the other night, and I understand you're looking to obtain EMS services here, as well as emergency management. I understand that in the past there have been financial issues. I understand that there are potential issues with equipment replacements, all those sorts of things. So I think it's going to be a matter of meeting with the town council and figuring out what you can afford, first off. Secondly, what the priorities are for the town, what the most dire needs are.
Describe your leadership style. How do you manage staff and build an effective organizational culture?
I'm upfront and to the point. I tell it like it is. I believe in honesty. I believe in respect. And I believe in transparency and input from all of the citizens in the town, what they want to see for their town.
The town recently underwent an operational audit from the Auditor General's office. What experience do you have with this process? How would you approach bringing the town back into compliance with the Auditor General?
Well, to bring it back in compliance with the Auditor General, it depends on what their findings were. I don't know what the findings were. I'd have to read the report. First off. Secondly, I'm currently a tax auditor right now for the Department of Revenue, so I'm familiar with audits. I've also formulated budgets and been responsible for maintaining an $11 million budget when I worked for the Columbian County Public Works Department. So I'm familiar with the whole process. Budget amendments, budget approvals, all of that. I have experience doing all of that.
One of the operational audit's findings included not following prescribed procurement processes. What experience do you have running purchasing departments? How were these departments set up, and what rules did you have to follow?
Well, I wrote a purchasing policy for the town of Fort White. And that should be what you follow, is your purchasing policy. And in there, it should stipulate what the different authorities are for the different job descriptions. It should also stipulate in there the dollar amounts that require verbal quotes, written quotes, RFPs, all that sorts of thing. So if you have a strong policy, you follow it. And if you don't have one, you need to create one. That way everybody's on the same page, everybody knows what to expect, everybody knows what to do.
Do you have experience writing or running RFPs?
Yes, I do.
The town's LDR's land development regulations ask for the assignment of a land development regulation administrator. What experience do you have with zoning? How would you fill the role of a land development regulation administrator?
Well, going back, when I first got in county government, I was a planning technician for the Columbia County Building and Zoning Department for 3.5 years. I then was made administrative supervisor for the Public Works Department. After that, I went to after I retired from the Public Works Department, I went to the town of Fort White. I'm a certified floodplain manager through the state. I also was the land development coordinator for the town of Fort White.
The budget will come up during your tenure as interim town manager. What experience do you have with creating budgets?
I formulated the budget for the Columbia County Public Works Department, which was $11.5 million. And I also was responsible for formulating the budget for the town of Fort White, which was approximately $650,000, not including the grant income that they were awarded because that's designated funds. But we had an enterprise budget and we had a operating budget.
The town needs a new town clerk, which will fall under the town manager's responsibility. What is your strategy for acquiring a new town clerk?
I'm not sure I understand your question. What do you mean, what is my strategy?
So by that, I'm looking for examples of the steps you would take to get a new town clerk. Would you network?
Well, first off, I would advertise the position. I would see what kind of response we got from the advertisement. I would utilize Florida League of Cities perhaps and put it on the website. I know the town here has a website, I can put it up there and see what kind of response. If there's a sufficient response, then of course we would accept applications and have requirements in those advertisements of what would be required. Go over the applications accordingly. If none are acceptable, then we would have to re-advertise.
What experience do you have in writing grants? What is your process for finding new grant opportunities?
Florida League of Cities has grant, I believe they have a grant website that they publish that you can go on and look for grants. There are also through the State Department of Commerce that you can research grants. I'm also very familiar with grant personnel out of Tallahassee that I've utilized in the past. Andy Easton and Associates. We were responsible for obtaining 2 CDBG grants for the town of Fort White, as well as a FERDAP grant, which is a recreation grant of $50,000. The CDBG grant, one of them was for $600,000 for rehabilitation of houses. The other CDBG grants were for constructing sidewalks at the schools. So there are many opportunities. I'm very familiar with another grant writer in Lake City that has her own grant writing business, and I've utilized her in the past too for keeping up with what's out there. There's also federal grants that you can research.
As interim town manager, one of the most critical roles you will fulfill is the development and adoption of the municipal budget. The town budget must be prepared in accordance with the Florida Truth and Millage Law and Florida Statutes Chapter 166. Please share your knowledge and experiences in these laws in developing the municipal budget.
Well, truth and millage comes into play if you have a tax base. I don't know, does the town of Fort White have a tax, city property taxes?
Yes.
You do?
And to my knowledge, the trim was just submitted by Ms. Powell.
Yes. You have to work with your property tax collector, the county tax collector. I assume that that's who collects for the town. There are notices that have to be put out. You have to advertise what the millage rate is going to be, and if it's an increase, you have to put out notices to all the residents, informing them of the increase, etc. And then you have to fill out the proper forms that go to Tallahassee that get published. You have hearings, you have to advertise in the newspaper, you have to have, I believe it's 2 public hearings to adopt the new millage rate, and then it gets published with the state. What was your other question about the budget? Part of the budget part?
Florida Statutes Chapter 166.
You're supposed to, well, it depends on what your charter says about your budget, but the budget has to be submitted to the state, and they have to put it on their site, as well as the audit. You have to be audited annually, and that has to be sent to the state as well. The budget, it depends on what your process is, but in Fort White, we had the process where you had to have 2 meetings. The budget had to be presented to the town, and then it had to be approved, and then it would be put into place by resolution.
Florida Statutes Chapter 119, Public Records, and Chapter 286, Government in the Sunshine, are 2 important laws. As town manager, you must ensure compliance. Please provide your knowledge and experiences with these laws.
Well, public records requests, anybody can make everything you do in government is a matter of public record. Therefore, anybody that wants to have copies of minutes, resolutions, ordinances, whatever, normally it's done in writing, and you're given a certain period of time that you have to respond, and you can charge for copies if it's over a certain period or a certain number of copies, and if the research is over, I believe 30 minutes to comply with the request, then you can charge an hourly rate for the public records request as well. And if you have to make copies of tapes or recordings or anything like that, then you're allowed to charge the cost of the tape and the manpower to create the tape.
Okay, so just for a point of clarification, what is your experience with the sunshine laws?
Well, sunshine laws are, there are certain parts of it. The sunshine law, of course, there are no meetings that can be held privately. 2 town council people cannot discuss town business together outside of a meeting. You can discuss it with me because I'm not an elected official, one-on-one, but we could not meet together. It could be one-on-one, and I can meet with citizens. That doesn't constitute violation of, because I'm, again, not an elected official. Anybody that's an elected official, the meetings have to be noticed to the public. They have to be posted for a certain period of time, and the time and the date and the place all have to be posted to give the public the opportunity to participate.
How do you view the relationship between the town manager and town council? How would you foster effective relationships with the town council?
I believe that the town manager is the day-to-day person that should be responsible for gathering the information, for supplying all of the pros and cons of an issue to the town council. And the town council is the governmental body that makes the decision about what to do from there. I would have to meet with the individuals. I would have to get to know them. They would have to get to know me. We would have to learn each other's styles. And we would have to figure out what the goals are and do some consensus about what those goals would be so that everybody's not off on their own tangent.
Describe your experience with public works projects and water and sewer utilities.
Well, as I said, I was the administrative supervisor for the Public Works Department for Columbia County for 10 years. We were responsible for all the road maintenance, easement maintenance. We had developed a work order system, tree crews. We had a tree crew, a sewer crew. We had a mowing crew, and we had a roadway maintenance crew. So I was over all of those as far as the management of the personnel, the equipment, the administrative part of it. There was an operations superintendent that handled the scheduling and the actual oversight of the supervisors that had each crew. I was responsible for all of the personnel management as far as the payroll, the annual reviews, the discipline measures, etc. And what was the other half of your question?
Public works projects and water and sewer.
Oh, water and sewer, yes. When I was at Fort White, we obtained a $10 million grant from the legislative body to put in sewer system. We also had a water system there, and I was responsible for the day-to-day operations of that system, as well as the billing and collections, and oversaw the utility superintendent that performed the meter readings and the connections and the disconnects and the repairs. If there were broken meters, pipes, etc.
What steps would you take to ensure our citizens are involved in the important decisions that will affect our town?
Well, you have to advertise your meetings. You have to make them not last until midnight. You have to be concise. You have to adhere to the meeting rules. I think everybody should be given an opportunity to speak, but I don't think they should be allowed to come up here and bloviate about things that are not on the agenda. I think if there are things that are of concern to people, that the proper protocol would be to call the office and ask to be placed on the agenda so that you have an idea of what you're going to be facing at the meeting so you can be prepared for it. I think that cuts down on the length of time that gets wasted, so to speak, if you will, on going off on tangents. I think it has to be directed, and I think it has to be upfront, and I think people need to expect to know ahead of time what's going to be discussed at the meeting as well, so that they can be prepared when they come.
Give us examples of what you would do to become involved and build relationships with the citizens of White Springs.
Well, I have an open door policy. Anytime anybody wants to come and discuss anything, they're welcome to do so. I think that it's a good idea to attend different events that the town puts on, get to know the people in the town, and be a face out there.
Are you looking for a long-term position or only a 6-month post?
Long term.
If you are looking for okay, then I guess we don't have to answer. Well, you know, I should ask it anyway.
You have way too much work to do here to get things turned around for it to be short term.
I'm going to ask the rest of the question just because I guess I have to. If you are looking for only a 6-month position, how will you help the town council work through the process of finding a new town manager?
I wouldn't, because I wouldn't leave after 6 months.
What would be your earliest start date?
2 weeks. I'm currently employed, so I feel like it's respectful to give 2 weeks.
Which benefits are you expecting / needing?
Paid time off, that's it. I don't need health care and I don't need retirement. I'm already a state retired employee and I'm on Medicare, so I don't need health care. And I'm aging myself by saying but that's okay.
How do you manage emergency situations or unexpected challenges in municipal government?
Depends on what they are.
Okay, follow up. What experience do you have dealing with emergency situations?
Well, during storms, you have to go on high alert, you have to be ready, you have to have your gear in place, you have to have all your equipment gassed up, you have to be ready. You have to have your radio system charged, and you have to be in touch with, if you have an emergency management department, or if you have a committee, etc., you all have to be on the same page and be in constant contact with the personnel that are vital. Police, fire, everybody has to be ready.
This is the last question. Do you have any questions for the council or anything you would like us to know about your candidacy?
I think my cover letter pretty much outlined my experience. I think that if you contacted the resume, or the references rather, on the cover letter, that they would tell you that I think my qualifications are adequate, if not better than adequate for what you're looking for. I've had experience in small government, which has a whole set of challenges because you don't have a whole lot of people to do all the jobs and you don't have a whole lot of money to do them with. So you have to be very cognizant of the funds, spend them wisely and productively.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all of our questions on the list.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And that includes interview number 4 with Ms. Connie Buffini.
She is available by phone if you have a follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
I Yeah, I think they're gonna probably bathroom break. They wanted to do another.
Yeah, we did.
Yes. And then we'll come back and start citizen.
I need to go this time.
Okay. Want to recess until, or take a break for how long, until 6 o'clock?
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute recess. I hate that gavel. Recess is over, we will begin. Right now, we're at number 2, citizen input, limited to 3 minutes, please.
Madam Vice Mayor, what kind of input are you looking for? What we saw about the candidates? Okay. My name is Adrienne Sassy. I live at 16560 Jewett Street. I liked the gentleman who was the law enforcement officer. I think he was Mr. Rigiola.
F-R-I-G-I-O-L-A.
Yes, that, I like that person the best. The second one was the last candidate we saw, which was the lady from Fort White. I think Mr. Udell has vast experience and impressive credentials. However, we need a worker bee, not a chief of staff. And so I would rank him third. I would rank the first candidate we saw as last. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'm George Tudor. I live at 16511 Jewett Street, and I endorse candidate number 2. I think that he has the combination of that, the de-escalation part, the training that he has. I think that's something we strongly need in this town, is someone who has good communication skills and the ability to work with people who are stressed out. He's also got relevant current experience right now. In his commitment to stay with his position until August 1st is to make sure that he's going to do right by them, which we can also expect the same for us as well. And so, you know, he is looking to build a future. He's going to have a dog in the fight with his life and his family. And so he can help us bridge the gap right now at the short term, but build us into the future. Yeah.
And how did you rank the others?
I would say that the last candidate, I thought she was very strong in qualifications. I felt that she had kind of that the piece with the interaction with the community. I just kind of felt there was a little bit of an edge in there. So I'm not sure how, like, you got to not just bring in a lot of technical background, which she does, but you got to be approachable too. And I'm not sure I got that read off of there. Mr. Udell, I think, has got like a great deal of experience in this military side, but the lack of it within the local level, with the planning and zoning, with the sunshine law, and kind of some of those things. We need somebody right now that's got current, like, ready to hit the ground running. And I think that he's a great guy. I know him personally, but he doesn't have that stuff right now that we need right now. We can't get somebody to grow into the position, unfortunately, at this point. And then, and so with our first candidate, I think that he brings a lot of relative experience and contact, but again, the piece of being a good bridge into the community, I'm not sure that he's that guy either. So that's where I am with all four.
Okay, thank you. Anyone? Scott?
Scott Gay, 10565 Kendrick Street. I would like to say I would endorse the gentleman from Live Oak. I think the fact that he has law enforcement experience, he's current in the community redevelopment, which is what we need. That means he has contacts that maybe wanted to come to Live Oak, but maybe wasn't the right fit. So maybe he has a list of people that are still candidates for here. He's involved himself in our community. And I think he's the only one, from what I could tell, had read our operational audit and those 16 findings. I mean, that is a critical document. The state spent $40,000 or $50,000 creating that document, and it's a perfect roadmap. And so I was impressed that he had looked at that. Ivan owns, 3. I grew up with Ivan. I look forward to developing the town with Ivan. I mean, between the things he has and the things Julie and I have, I think Ivan would be better on the development side. I mean, he already has a restaurant down there, but, and I think he would do anything for the town, but I'm with George. I mean, somebody's got to get their hands dirty tomorrow on, you know. So to answer your question, I would go with the gentleman from Live Oak 1. Connie would be 2. I didn't see the first gentleman, so it's not fair for me to comment on him, but he did seem to have some knowledge of the audit situation that we're in when I spoke to him in the parking lot. So that's what I have to say.
Could I add that the law enforcement gentleman didn't describe anything as problems. He said they were opportunities.
I like that.
Which I thought was a very interesting way to approach something.
Yes, sir.
Bruce Whitten, 16652 Spring Street. I'm not going to go into details of the 3 who I don't think should get there, but they're all creditable and worthy experience and different things. But as far as what this town needs, the one that stood out to me was Nicholas Franiola. And the comments I made to him, the first comment I made to him was he's done his homework on White Springs, as a gentleman here just mentioned. So he did his homework. That came out in what he was talking. He had the paperwork up here. So that spelled a lot of things for me. He's energized, he's hands-on. He explained a lot about his hands-on knowledge, and he answered instinctively. Every time you asked a question, he was there with the answers, boom, boom, boom. He was up and running. So that's what we need in this town. We need somebody who is active, up and running, and he is. He's young, heaps of other pluses from a standpoint of it's been mentioned already with the law enforcement connections, but other connections he already currently has with our neighboring town, Live Oak, Swanee, it's just down the road. So he has, through his experience and his comments, I would think an abundance of contacts. Plus, he's a local man, he wants to live here, he wants to live here with his upcoming family and wife. So so heaps and heaps of pluses in my opinion. The other 3 were extremely creditable. Connie, the last lady, has the experience. I'm not sure if she's in a position to be up and running and oh, same old, no. Our town is different. It almost needs somebody who's familiar with the town already. Now, so incomes on that line, Ivan would be a great organizer. I'd like to see Ivan not as a town interim manager, but as somebody who can give heaps of input in conjunction with the new interim manager and make this town work as it needs to. But my time's probably up, but my vote is for Nicholas Franiola. I scored him 35 points out of 40 for me, and he edged out the other 3. And I think he's the guy, and he's going to love it. He's here for keeps. That's the big issue. The only downside, which I'll quickly mention, he did say his start date couldn't be till August 1st. Maybe we can manhandle him to bring that forward a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Anybody else?
All right, well, I appreciate everybody's input. We do have a score sheet that we have to go by in order to keep it fair. For leadership and management style, you give them a score from 1 to 5, 1 being poor, 5 being excellent. So when we just go and tally our
How easy is tell the total score?
Yeah, if you just provide your total scores for
Well, our score sheet says leadership and management style, knowledge of municipal government, budgeting and financial acumen, problem-solving ability, communications and interpersonal skills, understanding of White Springs challenges, ability to commit to full-time hands-on role, and overall suitability for the interim town manager role. So we start with Mr. Garner.
Yes.
So I gave him 39 out of 40. He had a lot of experience doing everything that we need. Some of the things he said that really hit with me was that he would involve himself in the churches, in the church community, and churches here are very big. You know, we have more churches than anything, really. He has experience with zoning. He obviously, at the very least, watched the meetings that just happened, and he was bringing up issues he saw with what we're doing, you know, real time, like for 2 days later, which was good. He came up with problems that he saw. So he did mention the audit. He was the only candidate who really came with his list of his questions. And those questions he gave us were guided towards helping us understand stuff. They were very loaded in that way. And I was impressed by that. He obviously has 39 years of experience, which is untouchable by anybody else that we interviewed. I think the only thing I gave him a point off was for communication, and it was 4 hours ago, so I don't remember why I took the point off for that. But
Sometimes it's a little hard to understand.
Yes.
so that's what I gave him and why.
And I gave Mr. Garner a 33, even though he is very knowledgeable. It was just some of the things, his ability to communicate. It left me with questions about how is he gonna, you know, his ability to communicate here in front of this small crowd. What is he going to do when we have our normal crowds, the employees, in different meetings, emergency meetings, the meetings in, you know, that we have to go through for getting things like the hurricane meetings that we have to go through now for emergency management. How is he going to be able to communicate then? Experience, yes, he has a ton of experience. He's very knowledgeable. And then it was also, how is he going to interact with the community? I don't kind of like see him interacting like at things at the Azalea Festival, Float Festival, May Day, things of that nature. You know, we have different things, but other than that, with the budgets, problem solving, things of that nature, I think he was great. But I did take points off for certain things, and I gave him a 33 overall.
Well, I gave Mr. Garner a 39, and again, the only challenge I found with him was the communication. Like Nikki said, I didn't see him meshing with the community. Whereas the other three, you just felt like they were gonna get out there and be part of the community. And I just didn't get that feel from him. His experience was outstanding. His knowledge and his contacts were amazing. He got it all, but I just don't know his interactions with the community was my only fault.
Okay. Next candidate. That was a total of 111.
Okay. The next one was Nicholas. What do you want?
So I gave Nicholas a total of 29 points. So the reason I did that is because a lot of the questions that he answered, he kind of gave us a lot of like vague feel-good stuff that I didn't feel was necessarily tactical enough. For instance, when we asked him about the land development regulation administrator, he said he would hire somebody. Some of his experience was a little off, like they have $3 million budget doing development activities, and those development activities often include paying money for the zoning stuff, when our zoning stuff is just a complete dumpster fire right now. So that was pretty much my main justification for that. I gave him lower points for understanding. I gave him a 5 for ability. I thought he was very smart. I thought he was very driven. I gave him a 4 for leadership. I should probably have taken that 5 since everybody here likes it.
Yeah.
Budgeting and finance, I know one of his answers I didn't like. I'd have to go through 3 pages of notes to figure out which one. The bigger issue might be we have this problem-solving category, and I didn't really get problem-solving from him. I didn't see where he solved the problem, and that became hard to answer that question. He was also one who was one of our shortest interviews. Maybe he could have padded out some of his answers a little more. That was my justification.
I gave, even though he was very personable, full of energy, I love a lot of the things that he's.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I gave him a 30.
Okay.
Partly due because he doesn't have as much municipal experience as we asked for. When we did the ads, we asked for at least 5 years municipal. He has worked with different cities, but most of his work has been in law enforcement. Now with the community redevelopment and things he's doing now in Library, I think some of the things that he said I think were great, but with the budget, him doing a budget, not working with a budget is kind of different. And I didn't hear him say how he has done a budget and put a budget together. He's only working with the budget that he's been allotted. Communication, he was great. Understanding the challenges that we're going through, he was great. And his ability to commit. And the fact that he would like to live in White Springs, that was a plus too. But going by our score sheets and what we are supposed to, and what we agreed to be scoring on, I only gave him a 30.
I really liked him. I can see him as a leader, and I can see him as keeping a good control over the people under him in a way that they don't feel controlled. My only challenge was the same with you guys, was the municipal government knowledge. However, I do believe he would pick it up quick just by virtue of his personality. He is working right now hand in hand with the manager in Live Oak. So if he did have some shortcomings, I have a feeling that he would snap them up pretty quick. So I just took 1 off for that and 1 off for the budgeting on the same grounds. I think he could get it quick, but it was one of the things we said. I think because of his past experience, his problem solving is a 5. His communications and interpersonal skills obviously would be a 10. But the understanding of White Springs, I think he really does that from the research that he did. I think he will give everything for the ability to commit. He just sounds like that kind of person. And suitability, I think he would be magnificent. I loved his idea of walking around the community like a beat cop and getting to know the people themselves. So I just knocked off 1 point for the knowledge and 1 point for the financial. But again, if he can't be here as soon as we like, I do believe that in the time that he's still working in Live Oak, he would buckle down and get it.
So that was a 38?
I'm sorry, what was the total?
38.
It's number total 97. Mr. Yuda?
So for Ivan, I gave him a 35. I took off 3 points for lack of municipal experience. I gave him a 2. For communication, I gave him a 4. I took off a point because I thought he had a little bit of a problem getting to the point in some places. He was very wordy. For his overall suitability, I gave him a 4. I think he's extremely strong in process. He's extremely strong in sort of coming to the table and finding the problems and analyzing them. He's going to be strong in administration. He has a background in the military. He's disciplined. But he's going to have an on-ramp. He's going to have a learning curve that's going to be challenging for us as a town. And I should mention this because I know he did say he's willing to take less than we're asking. Our personnel policy, we're supposed to have a minimum pay per month pay that we are allowed to increase up to 10%. So we cannot give him this job and pay him less than what amounts to 10% less than whatever we put in the thing. So we can't do that. It would violate our personnel policy.
Yeah.
I gave Mr. Udell a 35. Leadership, perfect, 5. He had, he has a 5 in leadership. Budgeting and financial, I gave him a 4. He works with budgets, and he said he had done budget, but his money is already set aside for him with the military. So as far as creating the budget, I didn't see that with him. Not saying that he can't get it, he's a mathematician, so, he's a man of many wonders. Problem solving, he has a 5. Communication and interpersonal, I gave him a 5 on that also. Overall suitability, I gave him a 4, and then his lack of municipal knowledge is where he lost his final points with me.
If we were at war, I want to be underneath that man.
Correct.
I don't want to be 3 inches away. I want to be right there. However, we're looking for a manager of a small town, and that's where all my challenges came in. He understands White Springs challenges. He gets a 5. His ability to commit full-time, hands-on is definitely a 5. His communication, I just gave him a 4 because he overtalks as far as his knowledge was way up here. And I think that it needs to be down here for dealing with what he's going to have to deal with. It's over. It's over. The problem solving, if it was for the Army, he'd get a 10. For Town Hall, I gave him a 2. I don't think that he would be able to bring himself down to where he could make it work. The leadership and management, again, in the Army world, he gets a 10. In the little town municipality, again, I took it down because I don't think that it would work. He's just too, military, I don't know. And then municipal government, which is what we absolutely have to have. I didn't see it in any of his answers. Most of his answers, he went on and on and on, but it was all referring to military. None of it was referring to the town. So I actually gave him a 25.
$95. Okay.
Just leave those, Connie.
Yes.
So for Connie, I gave her a total of 36. I took off 2 points for communication. Some of her answers were extremely brief. I think she was actually the person who spent the least time answering questions. Maybe this was just me, I didn't particularly like her tone on some of the answers. I don't know if that matters. For leadership, I took off a point because it sounds like a lot of her plan is, like it sounds like she was a one-person show over there in Fort White, which is good for the municipal side of things, and it's good for the understanding side of things and the suitability side of things, but it also sounded like she was trying to, I don't know, lean on us when we need to be leaning on her. She did say a lot of stuff I liked, especially around getting our meetings in order and getting better communication with the town. And we gotta figure out a way to not have 4-hour-long meetings. I say in the middle of our 4-hour-long meeting. So I gave her a 36.
I gave Connie a 39. Leadership and management, I gave her 5. Municipal government experience, 5. Out of all of the candidates besides Mr. Garner, she has the second most experience. She's all over the board. She's done everything that we are looking for, everything that we need: budgeting, financing, problem solving, communication, and interpersonal. Understanding White Springs challenges is where I took the point off from 4 because she hadn't really, I don't think, researched everything. She's been watching some of the things that we've done. She was the only applicant that did come to the meeting in person. Since we had 3 that was local, she's the only one that came, which I did notice that when she came in. Her ability to commit, I gave her 5. Overall suitability, I gave her 5. I think she, in my opinion, she will probably be the better fit. Now as for her tone, I think that's just her.
Acquired taste?
Huh?
An acquired taste?
Yeah, it's just, I think it's just her. That's just how she is. She is a very personal person. I know that she has done several outreach things. Her husband's a pastor. So I don't think her tone is meant to be like that. It's just that she has to be, and the thing that she's had to do. Like in Fort White, they have 2 people to do the job that White Springs office have 4 people doing. So yes, she's used to doing a majority of the things herself. But other than that, I think she is probably what we need now. I don't know if it would be what we would need permanently or not. It would depend on how she gets along with the staff, how they bond, how she bonds with the citizens, if she, how she integrates into the community. But other than that, I just feel like she's probably the best fit for us and what we need, somebody who can jump in now and get everything done because she knows what has to be done without having to outsource to get it done.
I have Connie 39 also, because of her experience. The only thing that I was shy on was the communication with the people. But what I would like to say is we're voting on an interim manager. And I think we need somebody, I absolutely adored Nicholas for this, but I think Connie would get us up and running quicker, and maybe at the 6 months interim, maybe Nicholas would be able to jump in after that and take us forward after she gets us out of the mess.
Total 114. So the order, Connie 114, Lee Garner 111, Nicholas 97, Ivan 95.
And you said Mr. Garner had what, a total?
111,
What were the scores on him?
39, oh, 33, is that what you're talking about?
He was a 39, 33, and 33?
And 39.
Oh, 39. Oh, I just said 33.
You check my math?
Well, I was checking my hearing before I checked your math.
That's what the number of people do.
Yes.
Work their number.
Mr. Ryan, Chair.
Mr. Ryan.
Madam Chair.
We're tired, it's okay, we can do this.
So of course, now would be appropriate to make a motion to appoint or select a candidate. Yes, you have a top scoring candidate. You could certainly do that. You're not married to that. If someone really wants to champion someone else, that's a legitimate motion. But if I'm not mistaken, I think your charter requires 3 votes.
Or interim, well, it doesn't have anything about interim.
Well, you know, I'm saying
Yeah.
a positive motion from the council doesn't take majority of the total 5 seats
It takes a majority of the quorum.
Quorum.
of the quorum. Okay, I stand corrected.
Mhm.
So do we have a motion on the floor as to the selection of the interim town manager?
You can ask for it. You're asking for a motion.
I make a motion that what are we doing?
It would be a
Shouldn't we
motion.
discuss first?
Yes,
Make
go
sure
ahead.
that we're all
Okay,
okay
yes.
with
Yes.
Connie?
That would come during the discussion part of.
Motion, second, then discussion.
Okay, I make a motion that with the highest score, we appoint? What do we do?
You
You
Hire?
select.
Select,
Yes,
that we select Connie Braheem as our interim manager
And authorize the city attorney to negotiate a contract.
and authorize the city attorney to negotiate a contract.
I second the motion.
It has been moved and second. Are there any discussions?
Robert?
So, I'm fine with this, I just wanna make sure everyone else is fine with it. We good?
We good?
Alright.
And-
You said then we should, right, like this is just the score, we don't have to go by the
You're
score.
not
You're
obligated.
not, you're not.
You're not obligated.
But she's also my second highest scoring candidate, so.
I'll give you,
Well,
I'll give you a great example, Councilmember. I just finished working with Monticello, and their scoring candidate was number 1, but was not offered the contract.
Wow.
Number 2 was.
Do they, well, I mean, whatever their reason is, probably
But
irrelevant.
it was the dialogue and debate that swayed the members to go the way they did.
You have to remember that you were scoring them as you went along, which is not the same thing as scoring them against each other.
Correct.
And my point again is, we're voting for an interim.
They can always.
And I think she would be the best interim, although I think in the long run, somebody like Nicholas would fit
We
the town.
definitely bring right here. Okay, it has been moved and second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. 3-1.
And here we do have a draft resolution.
Okay.
Did you get my questions on?
I did, and
Okay.
I made them.
Oh, I didn't know.
Okay.
I was just questioning.
Okay, she's gonna read it so everybody will know what it says.
So this would be town resolution number 2508, a resolution of the town council of the town of White Springs, Florida, authorizing the mayor or vice mayor to execute an interim town manager agreement, employment agreement, and providing an effective date. Whereas the town of White Springs, Florida has a need to retain the services of an interim town manager, and whereas the town council has reviewed the qualifications and written submissions of applicants and conducted interviews for the position. And whereas the town council desires to enter into an employment agreement with Connie Burkeen to serve as interim town manager for the town of White Springs. And whereas the town council finds that authorizing the execution of the interim town manager employment agreement is in the best interest of the town. Now therefore be it resolved by the town council of the town of White Springs, Florida as follows. The town council hereby authorizes the mayor or vice mayor to execute on behalf of the town of White Springs an interim town manager employment agreement with Connie Burkeen and substantially the form attached hereto or as otherwise approved by the council. And this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption. And I did email over to council members a rough draft of an employment agreement. And basically for 6 months, we probably do need to talk about the pay before, let's not leave that up to me. For you guys to select the pay and the terms. I did add in Councilwoman McCall about the hours. The position during regular business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Town Hall, including all meetings of the Town Council, all events hosted by the town, and any such other times as may be necessary. So I did add that language in. And
Can I have something?
Sure.
Doesn't it need to say up to 6 months? Not 6 months, up to.
So it does say 6 months, but it does allow for termination, for any reason, with or without.
The reason I say that is
Because
in case you find a
permanent.
permanent person inside that 6 months.
So it says here for the contract to serve for a 6-month period or until such permanent appointment is made and a new manager
Oh,
begins
very good.
employment. So that would be the resolution that you would be voted on.
And who negotiates with Connie on what you talked about?
I would send her the contract and then find out if she has any substantial changes. But if there's tweaks, like little small tweaks, then that would be within the resolution to go ahead and make, with the mayor or the vice mayor being the one authorized to sign on to them.
I think she wanted to ask.
I have a question. Connie Burkeen was number 4, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe I misunderstood her. She said that she was in for long-term and she would not accept short-term?
That was,
No, she was joking.
that was just, she didn't want us to think.
That's what she said.
No, she was,
Well, I don't know if it was a joke or not. My thing is, she said
No.
it and she was on the interview.
right, but then a lot of them made jokes also throughout their statements. But what she was saying is that she hopes she is going to be permanent
You
because,
asked each one of them according to my notes.
but the application itself was for interim. It wasn't, never advertised for permanent.
And I think her joke was on where she was, how would she help us find another one?
Right,
And it was like, I wouldn't, because I'm staying.
yeah, she was staying, she wouldn't leave, and that was,
That was the point, that's what I got.
The only one who mentioned interim, what they were looking for was Ivan. The others, all, the other 3 were all hoping it would turn into permanent.
Now, the procedure, if you're on interview, the council is interviewing you. So whatever information that you give to that council on that interview, I mean, while they're interviewing you, that's gospel.
Well, should we make a phone call then
I don't
to
know.
clarify?
okay, it was,
I think we
let me,
should.
hold on.
Just observe.
The question was that he asked,
Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright.
If I may.
okay,
You have advertised for an interim manager, period, the end, nothing else.
correct.
The applicants, in my opinion, would love to make this marriage work longer than that. But that's between you all in the next 6 months. But it was very, very clear, this was a 6-month role. And if they didn't want to live by that, they shouldn't have applied.
Correct.
And they can turn down the contract.
Correct.
Thank you.
But I was just gonna read the question in its entirety so Ms. Edwards would have a clear understanding of why she stated what she stated.
Sure.
The question that Robert asked her was, are you looking for a long-term position or only 6-month post? And she said, the long term. The other part of the question said, if you are looking for only 6 months position, how would you help the town council work through the process of finding a new town manager? And she said, I wouldn't because I stayed. And that was the comment.
Double standard. It's kind of, I mean, I'm confused. I want to understand. Listen, I don't even know if I'm a long-term citizen of White Springs. And my family has been here forever. So White Springs has been here ever since I've known it. And I don't want to see it fade away. So I just want to be clear of what's going on, because beforehand, I had no knowledge of what was going on. So I just want to be clear of what's going on, and that's the reason I take notes.
Yes, ma'am.
Question I have is, we better not draw up a contract until you ask the applicant, do they want the job?
Right.
So should we make a phone call or?
Well, once a decision is made, then that person will be contacted, and they would have to review and sign.
I trust them,
Yeah.
I trust all four will be contacted tonight.
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Question, if she doesn't want the interim position, if she wants a full-time position,
She'd have to apply.
and she turns this down, what do we do then?
Mr. Ryan?
Can they accept it? Can they make a second option or select a
You
second?
could make an amended motion to say, in the event the number 1 ranked candidate declines the position, that you were authorizing the city attorney to offer to X, whether it's the number 2 scoring candidate or whomever.
Would we need to do that if they all knew that they were coming for an interim position?
That was very clear. This was an interim
But
gig.
someone can always turn it down. You just never know.
So,
They could go back and watch the video and realize.
So do we need to amend our motion to say that in the event that Connie does not accept the interim position, that we will go with,
that we would select.
we would
Right.
select the number
Right.
2
So you
candidate?
probably
Which
need to have a
one?
conversation.
Nicholas,
interim position.
could you speak up a little bit,
I'm
sir?
just saying she applied for an interim position.
And that's what
Correct.
Mr. Ryan was saying, yes,
It's
sir.
always interview and decline.
Right.
So is Nicholas the second choice?
No, Mr. Garner was your second scoring choice.
Can we vote?
Well, yeah, yeah,
You're not obligated.
So
You're not married to it yet.
who you want to pick for your second choice is up to you.
So what are you asking me to do here?
If
Oh, I'm just
Connie,
about to
if
know.
Connie declines of the other 3, of Ivan and Lee and Nicholas, I'm going with Nicholas.
I would go with
Because they
Lee,
went with Nicholas.
He's the second.
Oh, God, that's gonna put me there.
So it is what happens.
We have a majority here. Just This is only if she declines.
I know, but it's always that chance that she can decline.
Or you reconvene and
Hit sound obvious, but why don't we just call her now? On the phone, and say, do you want it?
She is apt to your phone call. She's.
Oh, that's right.
That is
Are you gonna
right.
call her?
Let's maybe back up a little bit, let's do the motion and determine how much we're offering her. Because obviously, gotta tell her how much we're offering
I thought
her.
that was in the,
Well, it says up to 5,500.
Oh,
So our range is 5,000 to 5,500. By our policy manual, that's all we're allowed to.
and we're budgeted for that?
Yes,
Well, then I think we're paying for her experience.
okay. So maybe, you guys have already voted, we're on the resolution, correct?
I have no clue.
Yeah, we
Yes,
already passed
yes, you already passed higher, I'm sorry.
We already passed that part.
So it would be a vote to adopt a resolution and just note that with her salary of $5,500 per month.
So I move.
Mhm. That we adopt the
I'm too
resolution.
tired. Come on, young brain, you
That
do it.
we would.
I move to adopt the resolution amended to include a pay rate of $5,500 a month. Do we want to add? And to authorize Leslie to offer the position to Elman Lee Garner if.
No, we're not there
We're
yet.
not there yet? All right.
We're simplifying, believe it or not.
Okay.
So we're just doing Connie, and then I will call her, and then we will know.
And then we'll do it, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I motion to amend Town Council Resolution Number 2025-08 to include a pay rate of $5,500 per month.
A second.
It has been moved in second, all in favor,
Aye.
Aye.
all opposed? Aye. Okay.
Okay.
3-1.
So do we want to then take
Take a recess while.
recess?
But before you do the recess, your score sheets are public record.
Okay.
Yeah, they need to be turned in, signed by you.
Notes, anything, correct? Any of the
Yeah.
notes or the score sheets are all public record.
So I have to turn in my notebook?
No,
No,
not,
you
not
take a
personal
page.
notes.
Just take
Not
a
the
page?
personal notes, just the score sheets.
Oh, just the score sheets.
Oh, I just made little.
Oh, mine's a
spreadsheets.
slob mess. Can I
Yeah.
redo it so it can be read? Because I made notes everywhere.
You can, if you,
So do we need to transfer or what we?
You have a score sheet that was given to you by the attorney?
we only did one, so when I did the copies last night, I went home about, 40 copies, because nobody used them. So we only, I printed off one copy for them to go off of. And, so if you want to put your scores on one sheet to show your scores.
On a notebook sheet?
Right.
I can do that.
I'm sorry, I can just type.
Mine's a
Scores,
mess.
your individual scores.
I can just take mine up there because I wrote each
Okay,
thing out on
Right.
mine and then I put my numbers on.
While they're doing that, you could do your recess and
yes,
make your call.
yes.
And if anybody wants to see it, it's right here. Copy, come get it.
Recess.
Okay.
Okay, I call for a brief recess. We're back in. When we were doing the tallies and I was adding it, taking up my tablet, adding it up, Mr. Gardner actually had a 34 and not a 33 for me.
Okay.
So his overall score was actually 112 instead of 111.
Okay.
Just to let y'all know.
But
Sorry.
still didn't change anything along?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I
'cause I
just
did the
needed
same.
them to know that
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah, I did the
I
same.
had
thing.
missed.
I did the same thing with
I
Ivy.
hate math.
Gotta watch you.
I don't deal with numbers.
Okay. Where's Scott when you need him? Oh, wait, we got Adrian. We're okay.
Okay. I've already done it. Okay, we're ready to turn it back over to the town attorney who has spoken with Ms. Brookie.
I spoke with her and relayed the offer to her, and she said she needs to talk to her husband, who's out of town, so she won't be able to give me an answer until tomorrow.
Okay.
So I do recommend that you probably go ahead and have an alternate pick, just in case.
What was different from the offer that you had to think about? I thought we put that out there. Okay.
I would never make a decision without talking to my wife.
Okay. I don't have a husband anymore. I have to make all the decisions, that's why I have man brains in the audience.
Call one of my man friends, go, what am I doing?
So do we need a whole new motion now, or do we need?
Just as an alternate, to select an alternate in case Ms. McKean declines to accept the position.
Okay, are we going to debate this, or are we just adding Leon?
I don't know
was
if that's, you guys are
I thought it
gonna
was
figure
All
it
right,
out.
so let's. I motion to amend, so are we doing the resolution?
Just do one that, to select an alternate.
Okay, so we need
Yeah.
a whole new.
And then that'll apply to the other motions, that in the event that Ms. Burkeen declines the position,
So-
the council
I move
authorizes.
that in the event that Mrs. Burkeen does not accept the position, that we select an alternate.
Yes, and who that alternate is.
Okay, so I'll name Lee and then we can debate, all right?
You don't name anybody, because that's gonna be the discussion.
He's saying he's gonna do a motion.
Oh,
Well, you
okay.
wouldn't let you do debate earlier before doing the motion, right?
Y'all are so funny.
So, I move to authorize Leslie to offer the position to Lee Garner in the event that Connie Burken turns down the position.
Chair. We have a motion.
We have a motion on the floor.
Is there a second?
Well, all seconding it does is opening it for debate.
A second.
Okay, it's been motioned and second. Are there any discussions?
Sure.
I want the young man. Just because the audience or the citizens, spoke to his wanting to be part of the community, raise his family, the way he spoke about being like a beat cop and going out and meeting everybody. And I feel like that he will get the education, through the job he's got now because he's working under it. Once he knows what he needs, I think he'll get it really quick.
We'll revert to him as Nicholas.
Nicholas.
But we
Frigidoli.
needed somebody a month ago, and he's not going to come on for another 6 weeks.
Well, can we see if
We
he would come
cannot
earlier?
wait 6 weeks
Can we see
for
if he'll come earlier?
candidate.
Maybe he could talk to his boss and his boss will know.
I mean, we can ask him.
He said August.
Yes, August 1st is in 6 weeks from now.
Because he wanted to do right by the job he's at.
Right.
So if he talks to his boss and his boss says, go for it,
I would almost rather do that would be to have Ivan take the job, knowing full well that in 6 months, we're going to have to replace him, right? Because then that will give him time and us time to go through a thorough process.
Ivan doesn't have the skills to pick up running.
But we need somebody now, we can't wait 6 weeks.
Okay, now let's see the suggestion that Mr. Ryan has.
If it's the pleasure of the council to ask Nicholas to be your runner-up or alternate, and if you get to that point, you certainly could ask him to consider accelerating his departure from Live Oak. Or if you're even willing to do it, to allow him to work 3 to 4 days here and 1 to 2 days in Live Oak to get to the August 1st window. If that's your choice for your alternate.
And I would rather go with Lee, to be honest. He's got all the experience. He will slot in and he will immediately do everything. There's going to be a learning curve. He's young, he's hungry, I like that fact, but he's going to have a learning curve. He has departmental experience.
You're right. I'm going on my heart. You're right. I agree with Mr. Gardner.
So shall we call for a vote?
But isn't Mr. Gardner coming from Chattahoochee, which is damn near Alabama?
I had it down where how far it was.
Yeah, he said he's gonna
He's on the-
stay
he's
here
about
during the
45
week and
minutes
go
outside of
home on
Tallahassee.
weekends.
He's gonna rent something, but still go home enough to see his grandchildren. The grandchildren is the hold for him.
I was gonna say, is there a whole lot of rental available even in town?
Right, to see if you know.
I'm already offering accommodation to one person,
For free.
period, at no cost.
All right, Mr. Wright.
You're not.
You have a citizen that offered a room in his home, and we put that in the advertisement that that was available.
No
Adrian,
kids, no pets.
Adrian, do you want anything more?
No, I'm just concerned that he's so far away. If we need somebody right now, feet on the ground and running like hell, he can't be running from Chattahoochee.
What was his time frame?
June
He said a
20,
week
June
from
23rd.
Monday,
Through Monday.
so,
And that was leaving less than, Connie was 2 weeks, right?
yeah.
So he's quicker than Connie as far as getting here.
Well, 2 weeks is reasonable, but I'm concerned about day to day. Is he going to be able to be here?
Oh, he's gonna be staying in town. And
Monday
he'll
to
probably
Friday.
go home, he
They're gonna,
He
they
may
will have
want-
to be here Monday to Friday, minimum.
Yeah.
And I'm offering that accommodation.
And I got the feeling that he was anxious to do it, but he doesn't want to say, I'm not going home for 6 months. And he may request, he may accept a lower salary for an increase in travel expenses to get him back and forth to Tallahassee. That would be something that would have to be worked out.
So,
Yeah, I've done this, these logistical nightmare things with points in my life, and they're really hard to pull off. And if you're gonna come here like now, you got such a distraction of the move itself in order to get here, plus finding housing and all the other stuff, that it's hard to say, like if you just come here and you live in Live Oak as an example, and you're gonna start working here, there's enough of a challenge just in that change to get over, and the change of everything else. But if you're gonna come here without housing, and the logistics and moving and all your other stuff in there, that's an enormous distractor.
Headache.
Yeah. I just moved back from Alaska, after moving out to Alaska, and back, I'm like, you know.
Which time zone are you in?
Yeah.
I'm clueless.
well, I mean, it's going to be on him to make sure he gets here.
Right.
He's an adult man, he knows how to do this. If he can't handle it, he'll tell us.
So you say make the offer.
I would prefer to offer it to Lee, and we'll try with him, and if he's good and we want to keep him, then we'll open up, right? We have to do a full process for selection. Nick will get a chance to come back and interview again,
I'm with you.
right? And then we can do a normal selection process. It is an interim position. He's not guaranteed more than 6 months.
Right, and I think that's what Mr. Gardner wants.
He said he wants a permanent solution.
And did he?
He wouldn't mind it.
He wouldn't mind, yeah, but everybody says that, right? Everybody wants a
they're
permanent.
gonna tell you what you want.
He might get tired of me asking him questions 10 times a day and want to leave after 6 months, so.
Okay, so it has been moved in second that we offer the alternate position to Mr. Lee Garner. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, ayes have it. And it has, Mr. Garner will be our alternate in case Connie Burkeen rejects the position.
Okay. You wanna say something?
All right. Thanking our candidates and council comments. All the candidates are gone, but they will get an official email from the attorney tonight, thanking them all for applying, and any comments from the council? adjourned and it is 7:15.